Hi, everybody. My name is Lindsay Davis, and I'm author of 3 books: The World is Awake, One Big Heart, Stay This Way Forever, and what I am especially excited about, this just came in the mail yesterday, my new book, How High is Heaven, and that comes out in February. Look, this program celebrates Black literary creators and Black books, and I'm so excited to be a part of it. This is so necessary to really put some focus and spotlight that these books exist and that these authors and illustrators exist. And I think it's just so important for our children to see mirrors in their books, right? To see themselves reflected in the pages. I know that for me, it was having my son, who's now 7, almost 8 years old, who really has been my muse. And really, when we were looking for books for him, we had to be so intentional and deliberate for him to find books with characters who look like him. And I think that we can't put enough value on children seeing books with their own reflection. And so I'm just so glad that we are having this opportunity to celebrate Black books. Thank you so much for your participation.
Good morning, Los Angeles. Good morning, Birmingham, Alabama. Good morning, Dallas. Good morning, Baltimore, Charlotte, North Carolina. Good morning, New York City. Good morning, Atlanta, Georgia. And good morning, Denver. Hey, St. Louis, Chicago, Washington, D.C., Sanford, Florida, New Orleans, and over across the pond, London, England, thanks to Mr. Simon. Good afternoon. I'm here in the city of brotherly love and sisterly affection, the birthplace of the African American Children's Book Project and the legendary African American Children's Book Fair, which is held first Saturday in February. Rain, sleet, or hail has never deterred that legendary event. Even a pandemic, we went virtual. Over the past year, I have had numerous people ask me, what is the African American Children's Book Project? Simply put, it is a nonprofit since 1992 that has promoted and preserved African American children's books. We're all about empowering children through literacy. We do a lot of things: book fairs, book signings, workshops. We have an I Read to See Me program, educating consumers on trends and resources in youth literature, guidance in establishing home libraries, and of course, advocacy initiatives to promote Black Americans' children's literature around the world. But the questions persist, and the chorus is even louder on people trying to tell us what Black books are. So I had my spin. I said, let me sit down, come up with a program that would address Black books are. I pulled together an eclectic group of authors and illustrators to address the question: Black books are essential, empowering, edifying, enduring, entertaining, and exquisite. This fall season alone had some of the most amazing books. So sit back and relax and enjoy the conversation Black books are. But before we get down to business, I wanted to acknowledge our sponsors, because without them, we couldn't do this, and my production team. And Nathan Butler, James Jackson, Rev, Blaze Morito, Toy Store, Juliana Isabella, who is a reminder that no pandemic can stop us from reading good books. And of course, our sponsors: Pico, Read by 4, WDAS, Power 99, the Literary Media and Publishing Consultants, Philadelphia City Council members Cindy Bass, Jamie Gautier, Curtis Jones, Catherine Gilmore Richardson, Kenyatta Johnson, Derek Green, and Sherelle Parker. Check out all the full list of sponsors at the end of the program. The Literary Café is our sponsor for the books. Please support these authors and illustrators because a portion of the proceeds will benefit our book fair initiatives. And of course, continue to read, buy a book, and have a blessed day.
Okay, hello, and welcome to this conversation with authors Tracy Baptiste, Wade Hudson, Natasha Tarpley, and Shel Williams. I'm Susan Brown, and I'm an associate professor in the Department of Language Literacy and Sociocultural Education at Rowan University. So first, I'd like to start by thanking Vanessa Lloyd Simbadi for hosting this conversation. She's the founder of the African American Children's Book Project, which is dedicated to promoting and preserving children's literature that's written for and by African Americans. Our conversation today is framed by the word essential, and we're working with this definition of essential, meaning of the utmost importance, basic, indispensable, and necessary. So I'd like for you all to introduce yourselves and then talk a little bit about your most recent work in terms of being essential. So we're going to start with Tracy Baptiste, and she's going to talk about African icons, 10 people who shaped history. Then we'll move to Wade Hudson. He'll talk about Defiant, growing up in the Jim Crow South. And then move to Natasha Tarpley, The Me I Choose to Be. And then Shel Williams, Your Legacy, a Bold Reclaiming of Our Enslaved History. So a little about yourself, and then move into your work and how and why it is essential. We'll start with Tracy.
Hi, thank you so much, Susan. So yes, I will be talking about African icons, 10 people who shaped history. I'm going to move that up there so you can get a good look at the cover, illustrated by Hilary Wilson. And so I'm Tracy Baptiste. I grew up in the Caribbean, in Trinidad and Tobago. And my experience with world history was, I think, a little bit different than the experience that my children had with world history. They were born in the United States and grew up here, went to school here. I think I had a much more expansive view of world history than my kids did. We did a lot more with, like looking outside of our borders. And so and we didn't have Black History Month, right? Because I grew up in a country that was run by Black and brown people. So, that was not something that was really necessary. All of the people who ran government, who owned all the businesses, who, were the judges and the doctors and everything else were Black and brown people. So Black History Month was just not a thing. But we also got a lot, because we were in the Caribbean, there was a lot of Caribbean history, a lot of South American history, in addition. So it was much more expansive. So the reason that I wrote this book was because, every, February 1st, Black History Month, there's this one sheet of paper that my kids would come home with talking about Black history. It's the same people all the time. And it was always the same time period. So, enslavement, post-enslavement, the Reconstruction era, the Civil War, the Civil Rights era. It was always things like that. And I got really irritated one day about why it was that nobody ever talked about Black people as if they existed pre-slavery. And so that's really where this whole book started. I did this blog post called Africans Before Slavery, where I wrote really short 10 little facts about, you know, things that I had found. And my editor asked if I wanted to make it into a book. And, you know, her feeling was, and my feeling was as well, that this is, in fact, essential history. It is not just Black history, it is world history, because these people were doing things in the world and affected the entire world. That's why it's called, you know, 10 People Who Shaped History, because there was this long relationship between people of African nations and people of European nations way, way, way before enslavement. So, you know, this really was essential information that was just left out of the history books. And so, you know, that is how it all came to be.
I'm so glad to be with these outstanding authors. Um, I am a writer, and also I'm a publisher. My wife Cheryl and I started our own children imprint called Just Us Books, and we've been publishing books that spotlight the Black experience, Black history, and Black culture for 33 years now. So my new book is called Defiant: Growing Up in the Jim Crow South, and this is the cover. It was illustrated by Charlie Palmer, who I think did an outstanding job. Um, the idea for the memoir actually came about when we were promoting an anthology that we did with Crown Books several years ago, and we were at a luncheon, and I was talking about sharing some of the experiences growing up in a little small town called Mansfield in the state of Louisiana during the civil rights era. And some of the executives from Crown, well, from Random House said, have you ever thought about doing your memoir? And I said, no. I mean, would anybody be interested in reading my memoir? And they said, no, yes. I mean, you've shared some really, we think, important experiences that would resonate with young readers. So I thought about it, you know, and wasn't really sure if I was ready to tackle that. You know, in writing a memoir, you really have to be, at least I feel, brutally honest. Uh, when you're writing a memoir, you're not just writing about your own experiences, you're writing about the experiences of people that you grew up with, your siblings, you know, your parents, and you have to really be comfortable with sharing, you know, them with the world. So I prayed about it actually, and decided that I would take it on. And I am really so happy that I did that, because in writing the memoir, I learned more about myself, but I also learned so much about the people with whom I grew up under and with, that I'd sort of taken for granted, you know. Um, and I grew up during the Jim Crow era, uh, during the civil rights period, and there was so much happening over, say, a 15-year period. When I was growing up, you had the Vietnam War, you had the civil rights movement, you had cultural nationalism, you know, the Black militant push. And all of these things were sort of coming together around the same period of time. So watching the news when I was growing up, I was bombarded, as other people were, with stories and news events that were impacting my environment, but also impacting me. And so my memoir really is about a little Black boy sort of coming to grips with uh, the place where he's growing up and trying to make sense out of uh, the environment in which he finds himself growing up in, asking questions about why the people around him are accepting these segregation laws and the way that they're treated. Why aren't you doing something about it? Um, Not only asking questions, but even taking steps myself to address some of those inequities and some of those practices. Um, Another reason I am happy that I wrote the memoir is that I don't think we have very much in literature about growing up in small towns. Many of the books that are written about, coming of age really take place in larger cities. And Mansfield, where I grew up, is a town, still is about 5,000 people. And in small towns like that, particularly during the 60s, 50s, and the 60s, and even before, the white power structure had an iron grip on life in those small towns. Um, Much more than what was happening in some of the larger cities, even in the South, And so that was my opportunity to share those experiences coming from a very small town with young readers. Um, the response has really been tremendous because there are so many people whose background really is in the South and from small towns who related to the experiences that I shared. I've gotten, uh, text messages. I've gotten even phone calls from people who said, "Wow, that's my experience. I related to what you were sharing," and I think they perhaps were happy that this book was written because it gave life to their experiences as well. So I'm not going to keep talking, but I think going back to um, the word that we were given, essential, to focus on, um, it is essential that I tell my story because my story resonates not just with me and my siblings, with other people who've had like experiences. But also, my story helps to provide an historical context for other people who are not familiar with that time period. Because I share, my how I related to, for example, when Medgar Evers was killed, when the little girls were killed at that church in Birmingham, and all the Little Rock Nine, all these things were happening when I was growing up, little kid growing up. So I'm sharing all of this history as I tell my story. And I saw a blog by a little white girl. She was like 8, and she said, "I'm starting to read this book, but I am learning so much history as I'm reading this memoir." And so, again, I'm just so happy that I did it. And I'm looking forward to doing the second half of my life.
Cool. Am I next?
Natasha, yes.
Well, I'm really happy to be here with all of you guys. I've admired your work over the years, and congratulations, Shell, for your new endeavor into this space. For me, growing up, books were essential in the sense that these reading and writing at a very early age were really essential in helping me to kind of find my own voice as a shy kid. It provided a way for me to kind of express myself, and then enter into these worlds of books. I mean, it was just something that was so significant to me and helped me to kind of get on that path myself as a writer. Of course, many of us will agree that a lot of the times when we read these stories, I didn't see myself in those stories. I enjoyed them, I loved them, but I also wanted to see a broader range of images of kids who were like me in these books and having a broader range of experiences. So my first book was I Love My Hair, my first children's book. And I wrote that book because, it was a topic that was familiar, but it also, I wanted to change kind of the tone and the way that we sort of approached literature that featured Black children and insert, a sense of joy and whimsy. Not to say that that wasn't happening, because there were certainly books out there that were doing that. But to me, that's essential as well, to kind of make sure that our kids particularly when we're featuring Black kids. We provide a range of experiences, of stories, of voices. So that's been a very important part of my career. The book that I was just published in October is The Me I Choose to Be. And I think this book sort of embodies that word essential, because it is about the essence of who you are and who you choose to be. And I think that element of power, of choice, was really what I was trying to get at when I started working on this book. We all know about all of the things that are going on in the world, and especially when it comes to anti-Black sentiments, anti-Black laws, actions, violence, and things like that. Our kids are constantly exposed to that. And I was thinking about George Floyd a lot. I started working on this book earlier, but I was looking at the aftermath of that and the conversations that were being held or had after that experience. And, this idea of talking about race and racism, or even, proclamations of being anti-racist, they're essential to our society, but they also, I think, oftentimes make our kids feel as though that this is the essential part of their being. And it is a part of their being that, of course, they're going to have to deal with over time and in their lives. But who they are and who they choose to be, to me, is what is very important. And to not put the onus of our kids all the time to talk about race or to explain race or to have to deal with, these externalities. I wanted to create a space where our kids had this sort of internal place where they could just explore who they were. And I think the photographic illustrations by Creative Soul, they are just so imaginative and so elaborate in details. They really kind of spark that sense of curiosity and exploration. So that's the me I choose to be, and that's kind of where I'm coming from in all of the work that I do for kids.
Okay, thanks, Shell.
Hi. Yes. Hi, I'm Shelley Williams. I believe that essential is such a beautiful word for us to be thinking about, because it is essential that we are the ones who are telling our stories. It is essential that we begin to correct the history that we were taught. I am the author of Your Legacy, a bold reclaiming of our enslaved history that is beautifully illustrated by Tanya Angel. I wrote this book because I wanted to have a conversation, I thought, about slavery with my children. And I knew for a fact that I did not want them to hear about slavery in school the way I had, because it was a traumatic experience. Mm-hmm. And I was having great difficulty approaching the subject, because I kept thinking, are they prepared for the pain that our ancestors went through? And so I started doing some research to find my way in. And what I quickly discovered was there was so much that I didn't know as a grown woman, and that I did not actually want to begin talking with my children first about slavery. I wanted to first begin talking with them about their enslaved ancestors, and the distinction between that, between who they were and the oppression that was forced upon them, I think is really important. So my book is what I call kind of an introductory book, which is first get to know the brilliance, the genius, the ingenuity, the grace, the dignity of our ancestors. Understand that they have passed down these extraordinary qualities to us, and that they endured so that we could have the life of freedom that we have now. So something that had never dawned on me when I started researching the book, and I was, a grown woman when I started doing this research. My kids are 10 and 11 now. When I saw movies about enslaved people, and I heard them speaking broken English, In my young mind, I thought they were ignorant. It never once dawned on me that they spoke other languages fluently. When I saw them in rags and I saw slashes on their backs, I thought it was because of something they had done. I didn't immediately attribute it to the cruelty that was forced upon them. So this book is specifically from the perspective of the extraordinary accomplishments of our ancestors. The very first line of the book is, "Your story begins in Africa." And I wrote the book as if there was a caregiver or, an older, a parent, a grandparent, a caregiver, an auntie, an uncle, reading this book to a child so that they were hearing they were hearing the words that were specifically about them. There's all these windows and mirrors books, and I've always had to explain to my kids, this is yours too, but this actually is for our babies. So I wanted it to really come from the voice of the people that love them, that they can imbue them with this empowering story of who we are, where we came from, and to know that all of the incredible qualities of our ancestors are our roots and they are still in us.
Thank you. So I've heard some really interesting things that have to do with this idea of essential, this idea of voice, this idea of identity, this idea of, corrective history, of the importance of memoir. So for me as an educator, it's such an honor really to have an opportunity to talk to you, because I do use your work with my students and encourage them to, consider the ways this work can have influence in classrooms. And Shell, I'll be using your work now. And my focus is reader response also. How are young readers responding? Like, how are they drawing on the thematic strands that you're offering them? How are they making meaning? And how is this meaning informing who they are? And that's my passion. That's what I do. But still, there is this struggle in classrooms to see, strong collections of the kinds of texts that you all are writing. So given the opportunity to talk to educators, thinking about, K through 12 teachers, how would you frame a discussion if you were talking to, some educators in terms of essential? You've clearly identified how these books are essential in terms of an experience. How would you relay that such that we would see more prevalence and prominence of these books in classrooms? And why don't we go in the same order and start with Tracy?
Sure. So I am also a former teacher. I taught elementary school. I have a master's in education for, pre-K through 6. And so, the thing that occurs to me about education is that, it's a long game, right? Like you're not doing something now for now. You're really thinking about how something that you plant in this moment is going to expand throughout a learner's lifetime. And what we have presented them with thus far is only a partial truth and partial history. And so I think what everybody is doing here with all of the books that we have really is trying to fill in those very wide gaps that are in our kids' education. Because when you are making a decision about something, or you are trying to evaluate something, I'm going to go to what Shelley said, which is that when she was thinking about people who were enslaved, for example, and not understanding that the broken English had to do with the fact that they were just learning English because they were speaking other languages where they had come from. And then when they came here, They were learning English, and it's not as if they were really given the opportunity to be taught English properly. They're like literally just picking it up as they go along. So if you don't have the full truth of something, it is very easy to make these kinds of misconceptions. It's very easy to make mistakes in judgment because you don't have all of the information. And so what we are all doing here is we are trying to fill in that information, and it is essential information for understanding not just world history, but understanding what is current, like what the current history, that our current moment very much depends on understanding what has come before. So filling in all of those gaps is completely essential to really any kind of curriculum. And I, as a teacher, would put in a lot of these books in the curriculum because what already exists in the curriculum is quite broken and really just very spotty, partially, as far as truth is concerned.
Yeah, I think 2 points I would like to make. One is when we talk about correcting history and really telling the true story about history. Oftentimes the focus is on Black students learning this history. And I think all students need to learn that history. And going back to what Tracy was saying, and I think being aware of what I would term the truth about history would provide more information so that misconceptions and how young white kids may view the world from a white perspective is really addressed through these books. The other point I would like to make too is I would encourage educators to really learn more about the history too, even as they are charged with, teaching our students. I think a lot of teachers don't know a lot about Black history or the kind of books that we are writing. Some of them are not reading those books.
Right.
So those books are not really getting to a lot of classrooms. There are a lot of great teachers who are doing some great work, but I feel that too few of them who are actually doing this work. So what the answer is, I don't know. But, when I do school visits and really sit down and talk to teachers, I'm surprised at how little they know about the true history of this country or the history of Black people in this country. Shell was talking about how phenomenal our ancestors were. And in my book, Edifying, I sort of rediscovered that from the people who raised and nurtured and loved me, enabled me to be able to embark on a path to establish a publishing company or become a writer. And in spite of what they had to deal with, what they had to endure, they still had joy and laughter. They got together and enjoyed good times together in spite of that. And to me, just recalling that, it's amazing. It's just amazing that they were able to find joy and to be able to be creative and to adjust to a society that was aimed at really dehumanizing them, and in spite of that effort by white people to dehumanize them, they rose. Now certainly we have a lot to do. We've made some progress. A lot of progress needs to be made, but I think we have to really claim the progress that has been made, because failure to do that robs our ancestors of that legacy that they've left with us, and that legacy needs to be shared across the board with everybody, with all students, and hopefully teachers will learn more and really just open themselves up. Like when you're talking about anti-racism, a lot of those teachers are bringing racist ideas into the classroom. So how do they deal with that? And I think part of it is there's a chapter in my book where I really talk about things that when I was growing up that I had to unlearn. For example, I had to unlearn how my culture had taught me to deal with girls and deal with women. We didn't see them as equal, right? And so guys would take advantage of girls and blah, blah, blah. And so I had to unlearn a lot of that stuff in order for me to follow my heart and not what others were doing around me. So I think a lot of teachers have to unlearn a lot of baggage that been passed on to them by their family, their culture, their community, when they are charged with teaching our kids.
I think that this is a very complex issue. And I think we're seeing now more than ever, maybe not more than ever, but we've been seeing it very blatantly in our culture and our society, the systems that are in place that are preventing even the most well-intentioned educators and school environments from teaching that whole truth that Tracy and Shell and all of us are trying to get at. So, as far as being inside of the classroom, I think one of the things that I've done as someone who doesn't have that background is that I try to establish relationships and to be available for educators to, if an educator wants to feature my book and they don't have a budget, okay, let's do it. So it's not that I'm going to do it at any cost, but it's for me, it's about creating those fundamental connections as well, so that we can, as Wade was saying, start to expand the conversation, start to expand the knowledge base, because I think that has to happen for teachers too, but then you also look at how teachers are educated as well. So
right.
those are also systems in place that create the outcomes that we're seeing. And I think as content creators, we have a tremendous opportunity and a tremendous responsibility, as far as I'm concerned, to create content that not only educates, but that opens up a space that kids really want to enter. And within that space, and all of us are doing that, within that space, creating moments of education, moments of learning. For example, my middle grade mystery, The Harlem Charade, it takes place in Harlem. It dealt with an art mystery. It was a fictional art mystery based on a real art mystery that reached back into the 1960s and 70s in Harlem. And it talked a lot about the gentrification and all of the things that are associated with representation in art and who gets to decide, where a community is going or whose voice is heard. And I wanted kids to be a part of that process. And so I created a mystery. And it was interesting that most of the school visits that I was asked to do when that book came out a few years ago were in predominantly white communities. So my goal is not necessarily to write for that community, but it is, I think, also, as Wade was saying, creating spaces where all kids can kind of come together and begin to see themselves and make these connections, beyond kind of the very obvious, racial discussions that we also have to have. I think that sense of, commonality, that sense of enjoyment of a story, relating to a character, that's very important, because there are also those barriers in publishing. I see it all the time where if there's a Black kid on the cover, a white person may not feel as, that this book is not as relevant to them. So I think we have to also, on the publishing side, figure out a better way of marketing books that also appeal to broad audiences, because I think that's very important as well, for creators as well as our readers.
The one thing that I think is really important as a human being, and I hope that I am instilling this in my children, and I hope that each teacher thinks about it a lot, is how to remain deeply curious. And how are we challenging our children to say, is that the whole story? And as educators and as adults, if we begin to think more about, this is what I've always been told, but is there more? And really lean into that curiosity and say, perhaps what I've always known is only part of this story. When I was doing the research for the book, I learned, so I wanted to include a number of Black inventors. And I wanted to make sure that I had women and men. And so I was really challenging myself to go beyond the people that we knew. And I learned about Lewis Latimer. And I was like, when you talk about the light bulb, you think Thomas Alva Edison. But there would be no light bulb without Lewis Latimer as well. So are we thinking about everyone who contributed to it? And how empowering would it be for our children to know that? I was in Washington, D.C. last year, and we went to the African American Museum. And we were walking through the museum, and there's a plaque there that talks about the enslaved people that built the White House, the Washington Monument, the Lincoln Monument. And it was incredible in the many times that I've been to DC to walk around with my children and say, we built that. We built that. We built that. It was our genius, our artistry, it was our work that created something so beautiful. That's us. When you look at the cities, for us to understand truly the cultural contribution that we have, not just in things that we think about, which is like art and culture and fashion, but we are an indelible part of this country, all the way down to the soil, to the buildings that are built. We are part of this genius. And so for teachers, I really do hope that there is a conscious effort to look around your bookshelves and say, there is something missing. And I cannot continue in this subject, whether it is engineering, whether it is architecture, no matter what field you may be talking about, whether it is geology, I can't tell this story if I am not truly, including more cultures in this. And so I'm hoping that there is great curiosity. I hope that we continue to challenge ourselves. I hope that school systems are providing the resources for us to begin to truly educate in a more holistic way. And that if they are not, that we are raising our children to really ensure that they are included. My daughters will look at a movie, and if they do not see a little Black girl in that movie, they're like, why were there any Black girls in this movie? And don't let it not be a Black girl with glasses, because they want her to have glasses and curly hair. I didn't grow up like that. I was happy for any little crumb. I was like, was that a Black person in that movie? We won, right? But my girls really do expect to see themselves. And I love that. Because, I watched the Macy's Day Thanksgiving Parade, and I saw the 88er twist float, and I just started crying. And everybody in the house was crying. And I literally was like, girls, I've never seen a Black girl float. I'm 50 years old. And I was like, I never knew that was missing. And now that I see it, I want so much more of that. There was a float that had a Black engineer, and it was a Black woman with braids, and it was a beautiful float. And I was like, there are two of us in this parade. Like, I was so excited. But that kind of change, that kind of, we should be there. If it is a classroom that doesn't have any Black people, you know how you introduce them? In literature. If there are no Asian students in your class, you know how you introduce them? In literature. We must tell all of our stories so that by the time we actually get to have human interactions with each other, we feel connected because we've had some kind of connection through our literature, through their authentic stories. Stories written by Asian people, stories written by Black people, stories written by the Latinx community, stories written by LGBTQI community, not just stories written about them, but by them, so that we can understand who we are even before we have this first touchstone moment. So I think, remaining deeply curious and seeking authentic representation.
Yeah. And I think there's so much more of our experiences as Black people, but not just us, but other people of color, that needs to be written. For example, I have a book coming out next year, and it's a picture book, but it focuses on how Black America began. I mean, nobody really thinks about that. There is a beginning of Black America. And actually Black America began to be organized around the same time that white America was. So our ancestors did double duty. They helped to develop and grow the country, but also they did their own thing. They had their own institutions, their own businesses, their own churches, because they couldn't participate, in the social life, and the political life of white America. So Black America emerged alongside of white America. And who were those people who established those institutions, those businesses, and I think that they need to be known. And so I came up with an idea for it and pitched it to a couple of publishing companies. And so they liked the idea. E.B. Lewis is illustrating it, but there's very little about the beginning of Black America. How did Black America, and why did Black America emerge? And I think that's really important.
Thank you.
So much about our experiences that still needs to be written.
I appreciate hearing about your new work, and thank you for moving us into our final round. If you could just briefly tell us about what we can look for from the rest of you. What are you working on? What can we expect to see in the future? Tracy? Can't hear Tracy.
You did. Sorry. I just
Okay.
so I have a picture book that is coming out in January called Because Claudette. And that is about Claudette Colvin, who was the person who first refused to give up her seat on the bus in Montgomery, Alabama, 6 months before Rosa Parks did it. And they actually, I had no idea that they actually became friends before Rosa Parks even, did what she did, and then became the person of the movement. The thing about that book was that I wanted kids to understand that doing something for a movement or doing something that you believe in does not have to be a huge thing, because there were a lot of people just doing very small things that made a huge difference. And that really is what the book is about. It's that you did not have to be the person, or even the second person. Like, you could be like somebody who does a small contribution and it's still really essential.
Thank you. Natasha? Can't hear you.
Sorry. There we go.
Okay, yeah.
I have a new picture book series that's coming out that's based on the little girl from I Love My Hair. So it brings her front and center. It's not a hair series, but it's about that little girl's life and her curiosity or spunk. And I have a new middle grade supernatural series that has just been sold, and I've been also doing a few television projects.
Great.
Well, I've got a couple things going on. in this world and in my other world. I have a couple Broadway shows that I'm working on. I'm working on the revival of The Wiz. I'm working on the revival of Aida, and I'm going to be directing Hidden Figures when it comes to the stage for Disney, which is very exciting. But in the world of books, my kids keep growing, and so I keep finding things that I want to talk about, which is really exciting. So my next book is actually about two little girls that are best friends. One is white and one is black. And it happens in the middle of this current social justice movement. And the little black girl's holding a sign that says, "I deserve to live." And her best friend has great curiosity about that, what that means. So it's about these two young girls navigating the world they thought was very similar, but how it diverged in the middle of this social justice movement. And that truly came from, the death of Breonna Taylor and George Floyd and Ahmaud Arbery. And suddenly my little girl's white friends didn't know what to say or how to say. And my little girls were like, "Where did my friends go?" Like everyone went silent. And so I wanted to kind of help them find some language and, how could that conversation have gone if these little girls had permission to express their feelings and kind of find that understanding. I found this to be an incredibly challenging time to be a parent and have these conversations about life and death and consequence and protest and anger and frustration, and how do they still have their joy, and how is it okay to be scared, and how is it for them to be thinking about mortality at such a young age. So, it's a lighthearted romp. No, it is meant to be a book to help children find the language and for them to communicate during this essential time.
Do we have time? Because I wanted to pose a question. Do we have time to do that?
I think we have a minute. Yes.
Okay, because I wanted to ask each of the panelists, are you hopeful about the future? Are you hopeful?
I'm hopeful because I'm raising the future. I'm hopeful because I'm raising the future, and I know that they know more than I did, and so that makes me hopeful that they do expect to see themselves, because they're more equipped with their history than I ever was, and that they will see it coming before we ever did. So I am incredibly hopeful in our future.
Yeah, I think I'm hopeful for the same reasons. There's so much more information out there and so many more resources out there for younger generation. And the fact is the younger generation's very involved in what is happening in a way that I wasn't really when I was a kid. So yeah, I'm super hopeful.
Yeah, me too. I'm hopeful for that. I love that engagement that younger people have, but it's also a tremendous opportunity for all of us to reconnect with the past and to really understand. I mean, we have an obligation now that history, people are trying to rewrite us out of history, to really show our kids, tell our kids, and celebrate, who we are, like that full story of who we are. And I think this moment gives us a tremendous opportunity to do that.
Yeah, it's like, good luck with that, right? Like the genie's out of the bottle. Like everybody's talking about stuff. Like, yeah, now it's your chance to try to hide history. Like it's out. Like, no chance.
Absolutely.
There's no chance.
Wait a minute. Why are we talking about this so much? Something must be really important here.
I don't know. Something's up.
Yeah, something's up. Well, thank you all for contributing to that something's up. That's a good way to wrap it up. This has been truly a joy, and can't wait to see what's next, and looking forward to sharing all of your work with all the young people in my family. So thank you again.
And thank you, Susan, for moderating.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thanks for having us.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi, I'm Carol Boston Weatherford, and I'm excited to be kicking off the holiday season with 4 of my literary friends from the world of children's books. And our topic this evening is Black Books Are Empowering. So I want to kick it off just by introducing each person by name, and then in that same order, I would like for them to just tell us about your most recent book, and then we're gonna talk about the issue of power and empowerment. We have Judy Allen Dodson with us. She's the author of Escape from Hurricane Katrina. Varian Johnson is the author of Playing the Cards You're Dealt. Kaija Langley is the author of When Langston Dances. And Elizabeth Zunan, with whom I have collaborated in the past, has a new book entitled Stitch by Stitch. Elizabeth Hobbs Keckley Sews Her Way to Freedom, which I believe is by Connie Morrison. So,
yes, indeed.
So in that same order, if you would just tell us a little bit about your most recent book and just greet everybody.
Yes. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm so excited to be here with my literary friends. Let me give you a little bit of a synopsis about my book, Escape from Hurricane Katrina. It's very exciting. It's about twins, Jojo and Sophie, and they have to escape this horrible storm that's coming. And as we all know, or maybe our young readers may not know, 16 years ago, it was the storm that came was Hurricane Katrina. And so I wanted to reintroduce to some, but they probably weren't even born then. But I wanted to introduce them to Hurricane Katrina and take them on the journey with the twins, Jojo and Sophie. I'm just going to read a little bit of the back cover of the book when it says, "The winds rise with them and the waves, the levees break, and the floodwaters rage through the city of New Orleans. During the chaos, Jojo and Sophie are swept away. Together, they must find their way to the Superdome, where their fathers should be waiting for them. But can they escape the wrath of the deadliest storm in history?" And that was in 2005. So I welcome you to read that and introduce your kids and the young readers that you know to this amazing journey that the twins go on.
Thanks, Judy. I guess I'll go next.
Yes.
My name is
Please.
My name is Varian Johnson. I am the author of Playing the Cards You're Dealt. It's my newest novel. It's about 10-year-old Anthony Ant Joplin, who's getting ready for the big spades tournament that happens every year at their neighborhood park. Spades is a big community tradition, and for sure a big-time Joplin man tradition, with Ant's brother, father, and even grandfather winning in the tournament before him. Now, Ant's played in the tournament before. This is his second time, but his first, trip to the tournament, the results were, shall we say, less than satisfactory. He lost spectacularly, and what's worse, he showed emotion. He cried and he ran off. This won't do for his father. His father wants to toughen him up, show him how to be strong, what it means to be a Joplin man. So as Ant is getting ready for the tournament again, and his father's trying to do all these things to toughen him up and uphold that tradition, Ant starts to see these fissures, these cracks in his father's tough exterior. He starts to realize that his father's got some secrets, some demons of his own. And these secrets are ones that are threatening to tear Ant's family apart. So Ant's trying to figure out, can he win the tournament? Can he save his family? And what does it really mean to be a Joplin man? And does he want to follow in his father's footsteps after all? And that's Playing the Cards You're Dealt.
Those are some weighty questions.
Excellent. Hi again, I'm Kaija Langley. My debut picture book, When Langston Dances, as you can imagine, is about a little boy named Langston who likes basketball. He's athletically inclined, but when his mother takes him to see the Alvin Ailey Dance Company for the very first time, he realizes that there's more than one way to be athletically inclined. and he sort of falls in love with the idea of dance. And he practices at home, and he finally gets the opportunity to go to dance school. And it's the story about his first day of ballet class, which he's super excited about. And it's about his dedication to dance as his passion in life.
That's wonderful. My name is Elizabeth Zunan. I am the illustrator of Stitch by Stitch. Elizabeth Keckley Sews Her Way to Freedom, written by Connie Schofield Morrison. This is a picture book biography about Elizabeth Hobbs Keckley, who was born in 1818 in Dinwiddie, Virginia. She's born into slavery. She secretly learns how to read, and she also learns how to sew. And this is a really inspiring story about how she slowly builds her sewing skills and is able to become a seamstress for very rich, well-known ladies in the South. And she's able to earn enough money to buy her freedom out of slavery, her and her son's freedom. And eventually she ends up as the personal seamstress, confidant, and close friend of Mrs. Mary Todd Lincoln, wife of Abraham Lincoln. So it's a really inspiring story about how someone can use their skill, their creativity, their drive to build a life that they might never have imagined.
And she certainly had access to power. So we're going to do just some pop questions. And the first one is, if you can answer in one sentence, what is power? And maybe let's go in reverse order. Well, we won't start with you, Liz, because you didn't hear the question beforehand. We'll start with you, Kaja, and we'll end with you, Liz.
Power in the face of children stepping into power and having power, I think, is being able to ask for what you want and know that you'll be supported in doing that thing or being that person in the world.
Yeah, I wish I could just take that answer. But power, also thinking about young people, has to do with confidence. I think confidence in being told that you're doing a good job, that you can succeed. I think there's power in that as well.
I was going to say being able to advocate and speak up for yourself is power. Being able to say, I'm afraid. I don't know if I can do this. I need help. I think to me that is saying you have power and that you can speak for yourself.
Those are great answers. I believe power is the ability to know yourself and know what you want. Not necessarily how to get there, but knowing what you stand for, what you want.
So we talked about what power means and even what power might mean in the context of the realm of childhood. But we don't typically think of children as having much power, compared to grown-ups, compared to people who actually have money, grown-ups who have money, or grown-ups who actually, pull the political strings. So we don't think of children as having that kind of power. So let's talk a little more about the power that young people do have. And I think, we've already begun to talk about it, but let's discuss that a bit more. And we'll start with Judy this time.
So the power in Hurricane Katrina, I wanted to take the twins on this journey, but I wanted them to be able to show their own characteristics, like what made them them. And so when we talk about empowering them, I wanted to be able to give Sophie characteristics and strengths that, aside from JoJo, even though they're twins, but the power that I wanted to give them was decision making. I wanted them to be able to say, I could do this, or should I do this, or maybe we could do this, but it was at their own power, their own decisions, their own way of navigating through this storm?
I'll jump in thinking about what Judy said a little bit earlier about asking for something and asking when you need help. That's such a big thing for power for young people. I think Playing the Cards You're Dealt deals a lot with toxic masculinity. And there's this idea, this philosophy that, the only way to be powerful is to be the strong, silent type, to take all these things and bear all this weight yourself. And in the book, Ant sees that in his friends who are powerful, who seem powerful because they are carrying a burden and sometimes putting down others. But his path to power is asking for help and choosing to go down the road less traveled, which is scary, but also asking for help and asking people to walk along beside him on that road. That's such a powerful thing. Just saying that you're not capable to do a thing on your own and can I have some help? And it's just so hard for young people to kind of get to that point sometimes, maybe because of role models they see. So.
Well, it can be also too, Varian, kind of like embarrassing because you don't know it all or have it all or all that.
Yeah, I often tell my students that it's more important to ask the right questions than to know the right answers. And so often what I write, I write about so-called tough topics. My books provoke questions, and they're meant to provoke questions in children because I want them to grapple with with the issues of our time and issues of our past that persist to this day. Kaija, you wanted to jump in?
Yeah, I wanted to sort of pick up on what both Judy and Varian said, sort of about standing in one's power and asking for help. Also, I think in the case of Langston, which is inspired by my actual godson's named Langston. So it is inspired by a young male dancer who aspires to be a dancer in the world as an adult. He gets his power from being exposed to something that he didn't know existed. When his mother takes him to a dance performance, he recognizes that there's another way to be in his body. And when he is tested by his peers, by a little boy and other little girls in his dance class about him being in class and him wanting to dance ballet, it's because he's been exposed and seen a representation of other people doing it, that he knows he has some power in being able to push back and say, I know this can be done. I've seen it. Yeah, I know it's possible.
Yeah, power for children can often have to do with issues of identity. Whether it's to identify as a dancer or as an athlete or, other types of identity as well. Liz, you want to weigh in?
I'm thinking about power and how young people stand in their power and use their power, and thinking about Elizabeth Keckley in Stitch by Stitch. I feel like it's important for young people to be able to find something that they're interested in. For example, with Elizabeth Keckley, it was sewing. Find something that they're interested in and then spend time doing that thing to create enjoyment, increase the enjoyment of that thing, and also building on the skills that they might acquire if they do that thing more and more and more. Lizzie Keckley learned how to sew through fixing one of her mother's old quilts. And I feel like when we find enjoyment in doing something, we're building power within ourselves. And when we can learn and acquire new skills to help us enjoy that activity even more, we're building on our own power. So I feel like it's important for young people to be able to find things that they're interested in and then find validation in acquiring new skills to pursue that interest.
Can I say something? That was just, your answers were just amazing. Like, I just want to build upon that power because I just wanted to take it a step further in Escape from Hurricane Katrina, because I just feel like all of our characters are so empowering. And what I did was, like, I wrote what I knew. And Sophie is a swimmer. I love to swim. My daughter's a swimmer, right? And so she builds upon this skill, like she's going through, her swim meets and things like that. So she's building upon that. But also, and that's a skill that she built upon. But then you take it a step further when you're able to encourage others or help others in their time of need, or in just maybe not even in time of need. But Sophie, during the hurricane, she has to swim. I'm not going to give the plot away or anything, but she has to swim to help others, right? And so that's taking that skill set that she's worked so hard to get to be able to help someone else. And that empowers her, and that carries her even more so to another level of being empowered and feeling like what she's learned helps someone else.
And as a girl, swimming for me was very empowering. It took me a while to learn, but once I learned it, I just felt a different type of power to have mastered a foreign environment, one where I couldn't breathe the way I was born to breathe. That's how swimming empowered me. But books empowered me as well. Unfortunately, when I was growing up, there were not as many books with characters who looked like me. I could probably count on one hand the number of books that I read like that between kindergarten and maybe even 8th grade. I mean, I had to get into adult literature and, start reading Harlem Renaissance literature to acquaint myself with Black books at that time. But this was in the 1960s and early 1970s. So I didn't know that I was supposed to have Black books. I love to read. I didn't necessarily feel deprived. Sometimes you don't know what you're missing when you don't have it. I never thought about the fact that people who were writing books might be getting paid to do it. I assumed authors were dead because I never met them. I mean, I knew they were writing these books, but I had no idea they were getting paid or that they were even living, breathing people. Until I started going to poetry readings and seeing people like Nikki Giovanni and Haki Maaboudi when I was in college, and then I had been writing all that time, but at that point I was able to step into my power, begin to step into my power. So I think, whatever gives you that push or entitles you to do that as a human being is very important, and is such a gift. So how can Black books empower our children? There are, fortunately there are lots more Black books today for children than there were when I was growing up. So how can those books do that?
Yeah, so I just wanted to go off of what Varian had mentioned about this book, silent, male exterior macho-ness. And so in the book, I felt that in, Escape from Hurricane Katrina, I also felt like I wanted JoJo to be brave and all that, but I also wanted him to have a tender side, a softer side too, and to be able to show his fear and to be able to cry. And not be ashamed of crying. Like Varian said, like he wanted to break that male stereotypical, characteristic. And I wanted to do that too. So that empowerment to say, we're all different. Like I wanted to be able to say, we can all live in this world, but we all have different characteristics. And it's okay to cry for a little boy. And it's okay for a girl to swim. And it's, just to be able to give a different version of what the world has stereotypically thought of us being Black or us being women or us being male or, those types of characteristics. I just wanted to break all of those stereotypes with Escape from Hurricane Katrina.
Yeah, I think Black books can do a lot to, break away from those stereotypes, show us that there's more kids, that there's more than one way to be, and also to show us the diversity of the African American experience. I think that's important because it's not there's more than one way to be Black as well.
Yes.
Right. And you know, in Langston, it was about I received so much feedback from parents and children that, you know, it's such a joyful story to share joy in the Black experience, and unabashedly and unapologetically, and seeing that on the page and in stories. I think too, you know, providing models not only for young readers, but for the adults who love them, that, you know, children need and require and deserve cheerleaders and champions.
Mhm.
And it might not be, in Langston's case, it was his mother. In Langston's case, it was his dance teacher. But there were other people in the community who saw Langston and offered to support him and lift him up. That can be and should be a reality. So find those people, find those cheerleaders and champions in your life, in your communities, in your circles, to do the thing that you feel you want to do, and that you're learning to do, and that you're growing into.
Yeah, it's important for kids to, you know, and to find a champion, and for parents to help them, and also for the adults in their lives, whether they're, you know, parents, other family members, neighbors, educators, to provide opportunities for all children to demonstrate excellence. You know, whether that means putting a piece of art on the refrigerator, a pat on the back, an opportunity to speak, putting something on the bulletin board, and some of their work on the bulletin board in class. But they need to be affirmed that way. And I think books can, you know, really go a long way to affirm kids.
You know, to add on, you know, I think books are a big part of it. Our characters, our situations, showing that we're not a monolith, showing that we can live and exist in the present, the past, and the future. For me, books were a big part of it, but the creators behind the books were just as important. I was fortunate enough to grow up reading Walter D. Myers and Virginia Hamilton, and recognizing that these are Black people like me who created these books. And that was such a powerful thing as someone who loved reading, but who read Beverly Cleary and Judy Blume, authors of books I love, but also authors who don't look like me, and also discovering these other books I love, written by people who do look like me, and then realizing if they can do it, I can do it too. And that carries on forever. Even, you know, we were talking before we started about Floyd. So Floyd Cooper went to the University of Oklahoma, like I did. We both pledged Alpha Phi Alpha, the same fraternity. I knew I wanted to be a writer, and like there is someone who is doing what I want to do, who is creating children's books, who literally walked the same steps that I walked. And that is so empowering to see someone who is like you doing something that you want to do, and realizing that if they can do it, you can do it too. So while I love the characters in books, and that's so important, it's both the characters in the books and the creators outside of those books that kind of make it a complete package.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I can say as a teacher, it's important to give kids the power of words. And that's one thing that books can do. And it's nice if the books that are giving you the power of words were written by people who look like you, so that you speak the same language, so to speak. But that's really, I think, a gift that it's not a luxury; it's a necessity in the human race to have the power of words at your disposal. And the only way you can get that is by reading. That's the only way you can get it by writing too. But I always say, to be a reader, you don't have to write, but to be a writer, you have to read.
You have to read.
You have to read. And to be good at anything, you've got to read. So, you know, the gift that the gift book that you give your child may not be the favorite present, but they're going to go back to it again and again and again, and they're going to get things out of that book that they may never tell you, and that they may not even recognize themselves until years later. Yeah. When that author, you know, they realized that author was like a mentor that they never met. You know, even, you know,
So let me tell you this little story, Carol. The panel. Let me just tell you guys this little cute little story. So I love books.
This better not be my next question. And I'm going to set up my next question before you tell your little story in case you steal my question. My next question was going, and this way everybody can be thinking about it while you're telling your story. My next question was going to be, think about a book that you were given. It'd be ideal if it were an African American children's book, or a work of literature, something in your, you know, in your childhood or teenage years. So, you know, think back. I know the older we are, I'm the oldest one, the harder it may be to recapture that memory. So I'll give everybody time. Tell your story, Judy.
Okay. Well, how did you know that I was going to steal yours?
Because I could feel it coming. Great minds think alike.
Is that right?
We were vibing. We were really vibing. I knew it.
Let me grab mine. Okay, so this is my evergreen book. I don't know if you guys can you see that?
Oh yeah.
This is my evergreen book. This is Virginia Hamilton's The People Could Fly, right? Oh my goodness. I used to read this book in the library all the time. And this is the little story I was going to tell you. So my mom used to take us to the library, and she would be in the adult section and this was in Cleveland, Ohio. And so it was at the Shaker Heights Library. It was our public library. We would, you know, catch the bus down there or drive down. And I would go upstairs and I would just like read all these books and take all these books home. And you know what? I love books so much. I said, I want to be a librarian. So I'm a librarian. Like, go figure. Like, I wanted to, and I said, I want to be a writer, like much later in life. But I wanted to be able to give kids an evergreen book that they could go back to and that they could feel like so empowered. Like every time I think about this, I feel like I could fly. Like, and I knew that my ancestors could fly, and I knew I came from somewhere special. Like, oh my gosh, this was everything to me. Oh, so right, Carol, I was going to steal your question.
I know, I could feel it coming. Judy is also a librarian, as she has mentioned.
Yes, I'm a librarian. I'm an archivist, so I preserve history, and I'm a children's book author. So go figure. Like, I read, I write, and I preserve the written word. Right?
You've got the full circle, the whole life cycle, right there.
That's right.
You do.
Liz, Kaja, go ahead.
No. Liz, jump. You know, come on, jump in. Quietly.
Yeah, a book that really impacted me as a child was The Snowy Day, written and illustrated by Ezra Jack Keats for very young children. It's not by a Black author, but it's about a little Black boy who just goes out and plays in the snow. He builds snowmen, snow angels, throws snowballs. And I grew up in the Ivory Coast, West Africa, where it is hot and humid and we do not have snow. And when I was given this book, I thought, okay, let me learn about somebody that looks like me, but who lives somewhere very far away where it's cold. And I learned about something very simple that he did to enjoy himself. And as a kid, a lot of times when I came to the United States in the summertime and we would watch TV, every time anybody ever mentioned Africa on television, it was some kind of negative story, either war or famine or poverty. And I thought, oh, they think all we do is just be sad all day and not have any joy in our lives. And so when my mother gave me The Snowy Day, I thought, well, this little boy, he probably doesn't live in Africa because it's cold there, but he's happy. He's playing. He's doing something simple. I play with my friends outside also. We sometimes go to the beach and play in the sand, not playing in the snow like this little boy. But I was really inspired by just reading a story about somebody who looked like me and who was doing something fun. And also I was really inspired by the art style, the artistic style of cut paper collage really inspired me as an artist in my later years. So yeah, I love The Snowy Day. And I always point to The Snowy Day as a really top on my list of inspirations for books. Yeah.
Kaja?
It's interesting that Varian mentioned Judy Blume I loved Judy Blume growing up. I was, raised in northern New Jersey. My mother was a school teacher. My father was a chemist. I spent a lot of time in libraries reading books. And I can very acutely remember my 12th birthday that someone wrapped a book and gave it to me. And I opened it up, and it was Mildred D. Taylor's Roll of Thunder, Hear My Cry. And I was completely blown away, not only because the characters in the family were similar to mine, but because most of my family are in the South. And my grandparents on both sides were in the South. I was the only family member in the family that raised in the North. So I spent all my summers in the South. And so not only just seeing the characters, the agrarian sort of lifestyle and life of the South was so familiar to me, to see that on the pages, and to see those characters and their families struggle through the segregation of the South and the racism of the South, even though this was probably in the early 80s, that resonated so strongly with me. And so I remember that very acutely, even though I was a pretty voracious reader. That was the first book I can recall that was specifically for children. I mean, I read a lot of Maya Angelou, and I read a lot of Nikki Giovanni. I read other adult stuff, but a specifically a children's book written by a Black author with a Black female protagonist was a very rare thing indeed.
Varian?
I love that we're talking about folks like Walter D. Myers and Mildred Taylor and Virginia Hamilton, and let's throw Julius Lester in there as well too. These titans, who were just pioneers in the 60s and 70s and 80s for writing books for young people, featuring Black young people. And so, yeah, gosh, there are a lot of books. I was really fortunate to discover lots of books and read lots of books featuring Black characters, certainly as I was old enough to realize it. So I'm going to cheat a little bit and actually pick an adult title, the autobiography of Malcolm X. And let me say why, because I remember like the Malcolm X movie came out, and like it's this big deal, like Denzel's Washington, and he's doing like the thing and the turning and like all this stuff, right? And I love it. And I remember watching the movie and then reading the book, and I'm in high school at this point. And I was amazed because I realized, okay, someone else wrote this book. It's about Malcolm X. It's about Alex Haley. And then I was like, oh, Alex Haley, he did Roots. And I remember Roots and all these other things. And again, going back to the power of the person behind the story, it just reaffirmed and amazed, like there are amazing people doing things in the world, and they need people to help tell their stories. And like the role of a storyteller is so important. That book would not exist without Alex Haley. He, Malcolm X lived that life, but Alex Haley wrote it down. And like that was such an empowering feeling for someone who wanted to be an author and tell stories.
And so I'm going to cheat too. I'm going to cheat twice. Okay. My first cheat is an adult book, but I bought it for myself. I'm not too ashamed to buy myself books as gifts. In fact, it's a habit. Okay. So the book was Black Poetry, edited by Dudley Randall, and he had a press called Broadside Press out of Detroit. And it featured poets of the Black arts movement like Nikki Giovanni, Etheridge Knight, Hakeem Abudi, and many others, Sonia Sanchez. So that book, had an influence on me as a young poet. I bought it probably during my lunch break in high school when I was downtown, and there was a little leftist bookstore, and I used to go in there, and I bought the book. But okay, the second cheat is Tar Beach by Faith Ringgold, and I'm cheating because, of course, I was no longer a child when I bought the book, and I bought the book as a gift, not for myself, but for my two kids, because they loved the book so much in the library. I kept having to borrow it over and over again, and I also noticed that they were fighting over it. And I said, I'm going to get a copy for them at home. But I didn't think of the fact that I only had bought one copy, so they were still fighting over it. So let's just go around one more time and just give one final word about your book. And if you want to wish people any Any kind of greetings for the holiday season? Feel free.
Happy holidays to everyone watching. And thank you so much for watching and being a part of this experience that we're having to help celebrate not just our books, but the creators, as Varian said, the creators behind the books, which are always so intriguing. So I'm happy to be here and happy holidays. And so just one more word about Escape from Hurricane Katrina. I just want kids to know that, and their caregivers and teachers to know that we are still going through a global pandemic, which I'm sure they know. But I would like for Escape from Hurricane Katrina to be able to show young readers that they are resilient, that they too can come through this as not necessarily the same, but as a different person. And that Hurricane Katrina, the kids, JoJo and Sophie, when they escape Hurricane Katrina, they're different too. And I want the caregivers and the young readers and the parents to know that we all can get through this together, and books help us get to the other side and learn from what other people have experienced. And I think this is a good opportunity to segue into how our kids can learn from what JoJo and Sophie went through, and combine that with what they're going through right now through the pandemic, and show that yes, they can be afraid, they can cry, they can help others, and they can be empowered to live better lives through this global pandemic.
Liz?
Yeah, I'd like to say happy holidays to everyone. Thank you for joining us. I would love for everybody to think about the stories that they hear and the books that they see, and think about all of the people that made those things come into fruition. Like when I think about all the dresses, the beautiful dresses that Elizabeth Keckley in my book Stitch by Stitch has created, I think about all of the different bodies that wore the dresses, all of the different people that wrote about the beautiful dresses that she made. And I feel like we need to appreciate not only the stories that impact us, the stories that we hear about, but also the means that the stories come through us, whether it be through a book, through a movie, through a television show, through a newspaper. So I hope that everybody takes this time during the holiday season to think about the stories that impact them, and think about people that inspire them from near and far.
Varian?
Happy holidays. I hope you all are able to rest and recuperate and spend time with family and loved ones while also staying safe, knowing that we're still dealing with the pandemic. I wrote Playing the Cards You're Dealt. I hope you check it out. I think it's great for all readers, especially those in middle grade. But that's the great thing about books, right? There's a perfect book out there for everyone, and you can find it whether it's picture books, middle grade, young adult, graphic novels, fiction, nonfiction, essays, poetry, no matter the case. So buy books for your friends and family. And you know what? Let's just say it for your white friends too, because you know what? People always think that, Black folks need Black books, and we do, and that's our primary purpose for so many of us. But white folks need to read books featuring Black characters too. So buy books for them too.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, as I'm bringing up the rear here, I want to wish everyone a happy holiday. I want to thank you all for being phenomenal panelists here, for giving me this opportunity to share my debut picture book, When Langston Dances. I am thrilled to have this book in the world, and it is a story not only about persistence and passion and perseverance. It is a story first and foremost about a little boy who likes to dance. And I hope that readers and families and little children and big adults all look at this book and realize that we should not limit children based on their gender, and that when a child finds a passion that he or she likes, even if it's not welcomed in society or it's snickered at school, that it's okay, and that you should persevere anyway and find those people in your lives to be those cheerleaders and champions. And for the adults, you be those cheerleaders and champions for the young people who are expressing themselves in ways that society may not always appreciate or want to stamp out. So I hope you enjoy this book. I hope you share it not only with people who dance, but the people who appreciate joy in the Black experience.
I'd like to thank all the panelists and to remind everyone who's tuning in that books, particularly African American books, have the power to lift the ceiling off of young people's dreams and to give children the gift of or empower them to discover their own gifts. So thank you so much. Black blessing.
Wait, time out. Carol, are you not going to say anything about any of your books?
Yeah.
Say
Carol.
something.
I did mention it at the beginning, didn't I?
Mention it again.
Mention it again.
I don't think you did. Say it again.
Okay. So we'll cut that. We'll splice this in. I hope.
Just say it. Just say it.
At any rate, Unspeakable: The Tulsa Race Massacre, illustrated by Floyd Cooper. It was one of the last books that Floyd saw published. It's a picture book, but it's really for all ages, and it tells an important story about our history, and it too is about resilience and overcoming hatred. So thank you, everyone.
Way to go,
Thank
Barry.
you.
Got Carol
Thank
to talk
you.
about her book. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I am thrilled to be here today for Black Books Are Edifying. I'm Olugbemisola Rude Perkovich. I'm the author of fiction and nonfiction, picture books through young adult, and I'm happy to say that I'm here with this beautiful group of Black book creators. Jewel Parker Rhodes, CJ Farley, Tracy Ann Todd, Charles R. Smith Jr., and E.B. Zaboy. Before we get into our conversation and questions, I'd love to have each of you just share a little bit about your latest release, a sentence or two, and the title. Jewel, can we start with you?
Absolutely. My latest book is Paradise on Fire, and it has a wonderful heroine named Addie, who goes from Brooklyn to the California country, and she's on a wilderness adventure tour. And Addie learns that when the wildfire happens, she has to use her street smart, her spiritual sense from her African-American background, and her scientific ability of being able to see 3D perceptions, to draw maps and mazes in order to help her and her friends survive.
Ooh.
So Black girl as heroine.
Oh, love that. Exciting. CJ, would you like to share?
Yeah, well, thanks a lot for having me to this session. I'm really looking forward to hearing the other authors and hearing more about their work. My book is called 0 O'Clock. You can see it off my shoulder there behind me, conspicuously positioned. It's a book about a teen Jamaican-American girl growing up in New Rochelle, New York, who is living through the early days of the pandemic and finds herself later in the Black Lives Matter movement. It's a fun book. There's a lot of music in it. She's a big fan of BTS. There's sort of an adventure in it too. But I wrote the book because, I saw a lot of teens around me, going through tough times, as we all went through tough times, but it's particularly hard on them. And I wanted to write a book that reflected their experiences and also sort of helped them process it in a way that would be informative, edifying. I think that's the word of the day here, right? And also entertaining in a way. So the book is called 0 O'Clock, and it's available at better bookstores near you or on Amazon.
Already, I'm just like freaking out just with these books, because I just love the way that we tell so many different kinds of stories. Charles, can you share next?
Yes, I actually have 2 new releases. I hate to be that guy, but they came out a month apart. So,
be that guy.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be that guy. So the most recent one, which just came out last week on my mom's 75th birthday, is wrong side. Song for Jimmy, the autobiography of guitar legend Jimi Hendrix. And shortly before that, Who Kings 2, which is actually a follow-up to Who Kings 1, which I did 17 years ago, which features 12 NBA players. So Who Kings 1 featured players like Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe Bryant, Allen Iverson, where Who Kings 2 features players like Kevin Durant, Steph Curry, Joel Embiid, and such. And they're both written in verse. Who Kings 2 is a collection of poems, where Song for Jimmy is a biography written in verse.
Oh, wow. Versatility. We love that.
Yes.
Tracy, let's hear from you.
Oh, good timing, because my book was just featured with Song for Jimmy.
Exactly.
In the New York Times. I am the author of Nina, a story of Nina Simone, which is a biography of the late, great Nina Simone. And this is a story that I've been working on for a very long time. Because I was introduced to Nina when I was a very young child, about the same age as I wrote this book for, and have held her story with me for all this time, and was finally ready to tell it. And it was so beautifully illustrated by Christian Robinson, and the whole experience has been a gift. So I'm really happy to be here talking to everybody today.
Thank you. And Evie, why don't you close us out?
Thank you, Bemi. I'm familiar with all of your books except the author of Song for Jimmy. I'm going to get that because my husband shares a birthday with Jimi Hendrix, and I just bought the Nina Simone book. Jewel and CJ, I'm familiar with your books going back to Game World. And my book, The People Remember, is essentially a Kwanzaa book, but it's not about Kwanzaa. It is a 2,500 word epic poem chronicling the African American experience, starting from the continent all the way to modern day movements like Black Lives Matter. And I started writing this over 15 years ago. Actually, I didn't start writing it. I was kind of singing it and reciting it to my children around Kwanzaa. And I started celebrating Kwanzaa when I was in college because my professors were former Black Panther Party members and had been celebrating it since the late 60s. And I continued it with my family. However, I wanted something that connects the reason why we celebrate Kwanzaa to the actual celebration of Kwanzaa. And I did that. I tried to do that. I hope I accomplished doing that in this book, where I chronicled the full trajectory of African descendants in this country. And I did it for my children first and foremost because their father is half Caribbean and half West African. I was born in Haiti. They were born in America as their father was born in America. So we really represent the African diaspora. And I wanted one book that sort of represents the journey that they are inheriting and that I am inheriting by virtue of being in this country. So The People Remember can be, it's a Kwanzaa book, but it could definitely be read throughout the year.
Oh, thank you all. This is so exciting. I love the diversity that we have here in this group. And it's just a testament to the diversity that Black books are. when I first saw our word for today, edifying, I had a lot of thoughts. The dictionary definition is to improve or instruct, especially in moral or religious areas. When I first hear the word edifying, I think of nourishing right away. And I'm curious for each of you, what sort of your like lightning round immediate thought when you saw the word edifying? What did you think? Charles, why don't we start with you?
Normally I'm the one putting my hand up. Now I'm like, oh, don't pick on me first. I think the first thing that I thought about was just the behind the scenes of all that goes into creating the projects that we do. From, like Evie said, the book has been kicking around for years. And sometime a child will hear that and they'll say, like, you took 15 years to write that book. And it may not be that long, but that may be when that butterfly flitted into your brain and, began the period of nesting to bring something to life. Because the actual writing process may have taken much shorter. I know for Jimmy, it took 12 years from the moment that the thought hit my head until the book was in my hand. And so I think, what I just thought about was all of it that, goes into us so that we can put ourselves into our work, no matter what it is, because we have a very diverse panel of authors here, but we all seem to have a personal connection in what we have written.
Yeah, I love that. Jewel, what about you? What do you think?
Well, when I hear edifying, it made me think of enlightenment, elevating, and in all my stories, which are remarkably different from one another, I always want to empower the young readers that are reading it, that I want them whether to bear witness against racial injustice or environmental racism. I want them to develop that journey of, using their voice to do good in the world. And I'm also trying to open up the spaces where supposedly Black kids generally aren't seen in. So in Black Brother, it was fencing, being, a great fencer. But in Paradise, it's really about, the wilderness and being out in nature. And actually in America, 95% of the people who attend our national parks are actually white people. Only 5% are the representation of Native, African American, Hispanic American, etc. So the idea that then someone of color cannot be equipped to be that experiential survivalist, I wanted to sort of say and throw away. I want kids to see themselves in nature, in diverse environments, because also in the long term, if everybody doesn't learn to care about the nature and climate change, we're going to lose our planet. And I do know a lot of kids, particularly kids sometimes on the East Coast or in the South, and I was from the East Coast. We don't have trees in our neighborhoods. We don't have the park that you can play in. We don't have a community center where you can learn how to swim. And so when climate change happens, it's our communities that become deserts where people get more heat stroke, have more asthma, have more pollution. So I just wanted to write the soaring Black girl who actually is gifted at becoming a future climatologist or climate engineer. And that she says, yes, this is my landscape too, not just the landscape that I've been raised in.
I love that because Black and brown people have such a long history of being those climatologists, climate scientists, and caring for and understanding our environment and the land.
And that's I was going to say, and that's why I have grandmother Bibi, the African grandmother who came to raise her when her parents died in a fire. And Bibi knows the wildness, the landscape, the wonder of Africa. And it's she's the one who says, well, you're a city kid, you're in Brooklyn, you need to go and see the world. And I also discovered that, in Nigeria, they used to have an eagle festival. So my character's name, Adago, means daughter of the eagles. but the eagles stopped coming because of climate change.
Mhm.
And I like then connecting that image from Nigeria with, the bald eagle in the West, and showing that not just people of color, but all people, but particularly people from the diaspora, we are connected to an ancestral source and power of nature. So yeah, we should reclaim it. Yeah.
Yeah. Tracy, you wrote about one of my favorite artists of all time. So edifying, when you saw that word, what did you think?
Well, the first thing I thought about was the truth and a revelation of the truth, and the ways in which we tell stories that are sometimes counter to the dominant narrative, sometimes existing alongside, but oftentimes untold or lesser told. The stories that we grew up with are not the ones that we hear, and the ones that we are taught to value often. And then I also sort of thought about Nina's experience in particular, because I don't really talk about it in the book, but there is this whole idea of, and maybe I sort of hint at it, that the way she was learning to play the piano on her father's knee at her mother's church was not, had to be elevated by her learning classical music. Then it was legitimate. Then it was, she could consider going to Juilliard and, going to Curtis Institute. And then it was, there was something valid about it. Then she was sort of on her path. But she never, her work never reflected that. She took a little bit of everything and celebrated it all. And, really, I'm sure you've heard her talk about in interviews how what she felt like what she played was Black folk music. And so it was very much this idea that all of it could be elevated. And it wasn't just the European traditions that were elevating. And that is a kind of truth too. So I guess that's really what I thought. Truth.
Yeah. Evie, the people remember and edification. What do you think?
I'm going to echo some of what Tracy just said about the value in our stories. And I'm going to just include the word validating. Our stories validate who we are, not only in this country, but in the world. I just checked. I remembered I mentioned Nina and Jimmy on one page. Hopefully we'll get a chance to show some of the illustrations, but Jimmy and Nina share a space on one page in my book. And that moment is validating the genius, African genius, in spite of it all, despite everything that we have been through across the diaspora. When we tell our stories, we are not only documenting to say that we were here and we did this, but we are seeing reflections in ourselves within a paper product. And that's something that will last longer than when we are here on this earth. Nina and Jimmy have our ancestors now, but look at us writing their stories still, and our descendants will continue to know what they did and what they contributed to this country. Mm-hmm. So that's what edifying means to me. I don't know if that's the correct definition, but that's what resonates with me. It's validating, it's uplifting.
Yeah. CJ, what about you?
Well, and as I said before, I do hope my book is edifying. Mm-hmm. I certainly didn't write it that way. And I certainly hope kids don't think of that word when they think of my book, because that's going to put them right to sleep. You write these books, you really have to hope that kids are entertained, that they're caught up in the adventure of it, they're caught up in the spirit of it, the idea of it, and it's something they can challenge all the other distractions that are going all the way around them to pull them to do different things, whether it's, video games or whether it's Netflix or whether it's something else. That's what books have to compete with. We're competing for time. And so when I wrote this book, I was looking really to educate myself, to find out what kids were going through, to find out some of these sources of why the pandemic spread, to find out why it seemed to distort time, where every day seemed to be a blur's day, and it seemed like it was stretching on forever and happening quickly all at once. I had so many questions that I wanted to answer for myself. I hope that readers get caught up in my curiosity about those questions and something's illuminated for them as well. And one thing I did when I wrote this book is, again, because I was on my own quest for knowledge, is I actually created a Google Doc for the book, and I had I have a son, I have a daughter. They're both teenagers, so the same age as this book is really sort of aimed at. And I opened it up to their friends and other kids in the neighborhood to sort of comment on the manuscript and sort of say, is this right? Is this your experience? What was your experience? Am I saying this right? Is this lingo correct? And it was really great to get their feedback on what I was doing. And I learned a lot. And I think by putting that in the book, I think that other kids will get to be part of this network of experiences that I was able to sort of pour into the book. Will it be edifying? Yeah, I don't know. Will it be entertaining? I certainly hope people find 0 O'Clock entertaining and they get caught up in it. Maybe they put down the video games, put down whatever else they're working on, and check this out and maybe get caught up in the story.
It's funny, you talk a little bit about your readers and how you might or might not edify. And I'm wondering for all of you as young readers, or maybe you didn't read books, maybe you read the world in a different way through television or through film or through a different type of art. What really nourished you as a young reader, as a young person? What sort of fed your spirit?
My grandmother fed my spirit. Go ahead.
No, you can go.
Okay, I was going to say my grandmother fed my spirit. Grandma, she never finished 3rd grade. She went to work taking care of family after family and taking care of kids after kids, 3 generations, including me. But she would tell these wonderful folk tales and stories from the South, which as I grew older, I was able, of course, to trace their roots throughout the diaspora. And that really fed me. But one of the things I think that for my generation is that I went to school, though, and everything was Western tradition. All the books that I was given were, written by white writers with white characters. I was the Dick and Jane child who had the dog named Spot, parents who were happily married in a house with a picket fence. So I didn't sort of marry myself in terms of my imaginative creativity until I was a junior in college. And that was when I saw the first book written by a Black woman. It was like, whoa. And automatically.
What book was it?
Oh, well, and it's somebody who's writing right now again, Gail Jones's Corregidora. And she's just, and it just, I was like, oh my God, and all of a sudden, it validated me, my experience, and my grandmother's tales, not just tales that she told to her family, but tales that could have power, across the universe. So, that for me, it was grandma, but I really could have almost lost myself because of the lack of diverse books. And we're all very happy that there are more diverse books right now, but they still in no way compare to the amount of mirroring that you see of white kids in this society.
And animals.
And yes, that's animals. Number one, animals.
It's a whole nother conversation.
I know.
Yes,
I seeing my fellow authors, because I've been working for a long time. To me, it's sort of like I went decades where this grouping never happened. And I felt, sort of alone. And now, it's sort of like to come together for Black Books Are, or just to be with fellow writers of the diaspora. It is such a blessing and such a joy.
It really is. This panel and this whole event is sponsored by the African American Children's Book Project and Vanessa Lloyd Scombati. And the fair every year is just one of the highlights, is not even the word, just to be in that space with so many other Black creators, with so many Black people who are joyful and excited about stories and about books, about storytelling. And it's just that is an edifying thing for me.
I do think it's important to, as was just said, to point out how bad the numbers are when it comes to kids' books, where there's an outfit called the Children's Cooperative Book Center that tracks it each year. And the numbers over the course of the last couple of decades haven't gotten much better. Very few books aimed at kids and young adults are written by authors of color, and very few are written by Black authors with Black protagonists. The numbers are bad. They're not really getting that much better. We all have friends and associates and favorite books we see, but when you look at the overall scope of the numbers, they're still pretty awful. I think that's not just bad for kids of color who don't see themselves reflected in these books. It's also bad for white kids out there who I think can't burst out of their bubbles because they've never really entered the minds of people of color through the books, and they have no idea what goes on in their lives. I think that's part of why we see such a split and such turmoil in American society, because from a very early age, we teach kids that there's only one narrative that you care about, and then when they become teenagers or adults and they have to deal with other narratives, they have not been given the tools to do so. And that's why it's so important from an early age to give them young adult books, kids' books that reflect different experiences so they can be part of a multiracial, multicultural society and deal with it. I think books are a very important part of that. And my parents used to teach at the State University of New York at Brockport. My mother, Dr. Ina Farley, was an African-American studies professor. My father, Dr. Raw Farley, was an economic professor. They're both heads of the department. And I remember we used to always bring guests home to our home in Brockport, very small town. I remember one time having Gwendolyn Brooks, who's the first Black woman to win the Pulitzer Prize, one of her poetry. She stopped by our house because she was speaking at Brockport. I remember it was so amazing. I was like really young at the time, just a little kid. I remember meeting her in the living room and running upstairs and checking my encyclopedia when we still had encyclopedias back then and seeing, oh my gosh, the woman downstairs, this poet, is actually in my encyclopedia. It was just amazing. Yeah. And to give that feeling today to kids, to realize that things that they hope to do can be done is very powerful as an author. So they can see, yes, you can write kids' books. Yes, you can write young adult books. Yes, you can have these adventures we're talking about. You can broaden up your horizons. And also to other kids, yes, kids of color can do these things. It's a very powerful thing. And I've seen it in my own life.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's such an important point. Not only are narratives about Black and Brown people not shared, harmful narratives are shared. And harmful narratives are given to all children about us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I was going to add on to what CJ said, mentioning the same organization. They also identified that the predominance of books written by Black authors tend to focus on the same few categories: poverty, race, domestic abuse, the heavy stuff. There's very little branching out of that where the protagonist is just going about their business and happens to be Black. That is starting to change, but the big predominance of books that are written by Black authors, that's what dominates these reading lists. It's like, oh, if we're going to read about a Black person, it has to be a serious thing. It can't just be a very lighthearted thing. Now, one of the books that I hearken back to, and one of the books that I kind of use as my beacon, is two books from Ezra Jack Keats, A Snowy Day and Whistle for Willie. They weren't about Black protagonists. They just happened to be Black. And what that does is it opens the door to kids of all colors to read it, because then it's focused on the stories. Speaking for myself, I know that when I speak to schools all around the country, often I'm brought in for diversity. And, I have a book that focuses on Black History Month. And so I'm busy in February, but I always say to them, March, April, I'm still a poet. I'm still here. I'm still writing books. We don't have to be confined to just the sole month of February. And so the books that I try to create, I try to really just focus on showing a variety of Black people in a variety of different instances. And I use my poetry to convey that. So in the case of Hoop Kings, most of the basketball players are Black, but I'm talking about them in a very unique way. And in the case of Jimmy, this is only the second children's book biography that's written on him, which tells you that, again, this is a story that even though he's a mainstream person, he has not been seen so much by children and the Black community.
I wanted to plug really quickly. That I'm plugging my next book, which is a biography of Octavia Estelle Butler.
Yay! I saw that.
Just let me know that it's less biography and more ode. So it is an ode to Octavia Estelle Butler. But Jewel, there's a picture of Dick and Jane book because this was Octavia Butler's first book that she read, and as a 5, 6-year-old, she's like, "This is boring. There has to be something better out there." But just lets me know that a certain generation, these were their first entry into literature. Jane and their dog. So I just happen to have a picture in this book.
No, I think that's wonderful. And maybe your work is, fantastic. But Butler shows you which generation I'm in. I'm in with Butler. But I did want to say that I disagreed slightly with the idea that it should be just about a kid who just happens to be Black. And I might be misstating that. One, there are people like Renee Watson and others, I'm blanking out right now, who really are promoting Black girl joy or Black boy joy, which is a book that's out recently. But I do think that this idea, we shouldn't confuse how we tell our stories with this sort of like false. With this, well, it's not false, but with this other sort of universal narrative, that there are particular ways in which Black folk tell stories, the way that we use exaggeration, the way that we might use trickster, the way that we use rhythm. And whenever you add in, I think, Black characters in any work in a racist, oppressive society, there's ways in which you are being subversive. So, for example, Ezra Jack Keats, yes, he's a white American writer, and I'll defend any illustrator his right to do A Snowy Day. But that novel, that book, he knew, I'm sure of it, that it was subversive. And that he contrasted. It wasn't spring day. It wasn't summer day. It was that white snow with that little Black boy and pointing out the humanity of that little Black boy. So it wasn't just, it happened to be a Black boy. The same thing with the Toni Morrison and Slade Morrison with their books, even though they used picture books and animals, that there's a subversiveness to it. And one of the things that I really worry about, because I've been in the academy and we teach students how to write, and most American Academy creative writing programs, they do not enroll enough students of color. In fact, I was in the graduate program. It's like, why do you tell me your characters are Black? And I go, well, why don't you tell me your characters are white? What I worry about is that we write in such a way that we are actually still propelling forward the white literary narrative tradition. Toni Morrison messed with time and Beloved, because that's something that we can do going back to our faith, going back to our heritage, our history. So I know I'm unique, I'm special, I'm different. My stories are special and different, but they're also universal. And I want them to see those distinctions. So it's not just happens to be Black. Well, if it happens to be Black, then it's also like saying it doesn't matter that it happens to be always white to me.
I think I hear that, and I agree. And I think I want to believe, as someone who is also in publishing, I'm also a book publisher, that there's room for both and room for all. And I think that, we need that casual representation, which I hear you. I hear what you're saying. It sounds like it feels like that casual representation is sort of, Black kids in a white world not being distinct in any way. But I think I want kids to see those windows and sliding glass doors, and I also want the stories about the things that are our truth and are at the core of who we are. And my mother was a librarian, and she brought home all kinds of books, and so many books that she made sure featured children that looked like me, and including Ezra Jack Keats' collection. And I think she knew Ezra Jack Keats or something. And I grew up thinking he was Black because I thought that only Black authors would put Black children in stories. But and corduroy, also the same kind of thing. I grew up with that. I also grew up with so much poetry, Dudley Randall and Booker T and W.E.B. I mean, that's how I learned about Booker T and W.E.B. and Harriet Tubman. So that when I learned about Harriet Tubman in school, it wasn't the same as Eloise Greenfield telling me Harriet Tubman didn't take no stuff. Like, just was, a totally different experience. But I was very fortunate to have parents. My father was also a university professor, and he co-founded Operation Push with Jesse Jackson. And there was like that whole part of the experience that was sort of in the background. So I had that sort of armor when I then went into school and was, the only one who looked like me and was singled out to put up the Black History display, and every year had to talk about Dr. King like he was my uncle. But
I agree with you. I just mean that even in this day and age, still casual representation, if you want to call it that, is not casual. And to be aware of there is a political circumstance behind that. So if I write a Black girl going to the mall, there are ways in which still, because it's a Black girl, some parent in Pennsylvania is going to say, let's take this book off the shelf. And so I think I want to embrace write everything, anything, right? Somebody who's into sewing, I don't know, all of that. But as artists, the makers, to be aware that it's not so casual, that we are excluding, we are edifying, we have a power, we are making, we are changing the world, even if it's a Black girl who likes chicken soup.
Well, exactly. I mean, my point.
I want to let EB jump in. I saw you nodding, EB.
Thank you.
Yes.
I want for the listeners and the readers to know that the onus is not always on the authors. I know my experience. I've written quite a few books that were everyday experiences, some fantasy books, some science fiction books that could not get through the door. How the environment was very different 10, 15 years ago. And my first book ended up being a painful book, one of those typical narratives that I was trying not to write. And I would want just a larger audience to know that sometimes we are rendered hopeless. Artists are at the mercy of gatekeepers. We've heard that word so many times, but just for young people to know that sometimes, like, there are doors that has been kicked down if you do see those books on the shelves now, to know that I feel like I'm standing on shoulders of the people who wrote those hard books before, and then the others coming after us are writing those everyday experiences books, and to know that there were others who could not do that. And there are larger forces at play that pay attention to the market or have wrong views about who's buying these books and why they're buying these books, because they don't know about the African American Book Fair at all. I know my publisher is just, what is that? Are they buying books there? They have no clue. So I think the power is also in the hands of the consumer. While the publishers think they have power, and they have the power to say no or yes, the consumers also have the power, parents, students, kids asking for the books that they want, they have even more power than the publishers because they have that buying power. They can let them know what they want to read and buy, including C.J. Farley's book, So they think that it's Black history, but they don't know that my son has read Game World more than several times. And I remember Ninth Ward too. So it's to let readers know that you have the power to say, this is what we want to read.
Yes, because publishing is so reactionary. Publishing is, I work for a very small publisher that's owned by a woman of color because I couldn't handle it in the larger publishing houses because of the narratives that are told about who buys. But it's very much about, always looking at comps and what's like this out there that's sold before, and sort of always looking to the past. And very infrequently is larger publishing proactive as opposed to reactive, and it's a problem. It's a real problem. And to not have enough people who look like us in the halls to counter the narrative that is being told is also a problem.
Yeah, I would add.
I want to say, I think, first of all, thanks. I'm glad your son enjoyed the book. I appreciate it. But I think it's also important to point out that sometimes when we're told that, oh, you're overtly writing about Blackness, we're not really doing anything that white authors don't do all the time. John Updike's books are explicitly about whiteness almost all the time. And many other white authors are the same way. They're talking about their culture. They're talking about white things. They're focused on white characters. You can say the same thing about Jonathan Franzen, many of his books and his writing. But it is not reviewed that way. It's not talked about that way by commentators. No one thinks of Jonathan Franzen as a white writer. People don't talk about John Updike as a guy who keeps writing about white themes. But they will say the same thing about Toni Morrison. They'll say, oh, why is she writing so much about race? Well, because John Updike's writing about race all the time, because Jonathan Franzen is writing about race all the time. But they're seen as sort of the neutral default setting. So when we come in and start writing about characters who are Black and bring their Blackness with them into different kinds of experiences, we're seen as somehow just talking about race. So that's something we have to challenge all the time, because merely writing about a Black character doesn't somehow racify your book any more than John Updike or Jonathan Franzen or Joyce Carol Oates or David Foster Wallace, all these other authors who are much acclaimed, who pretty much only examine white spaces.
Yeah,
that's exactly my point.
Who's seen as fully human and as three-dimensional in the storytelling. And I really want to go back to Dr. Redeem Sims Bishop, because she came up as she does, her Mirrors and Windows. And I'd like to talk a little bit about sliding glass doors in your work. And she talked about really inviting readers in to actively engage with the work and with the stories. And I'm wondering, for each of the books that we're celebrating today, if you were doing a Dear Reader letter, how might you want to invite the reader into your story? What would you say directly to your reader? And do you have a particular reader in mind for your stories? Charles, why don't we start with you?
I actually address the reader at the end of all of my books in an author's note, mostly because when we write a book, particularly with children's books, and particularly an illustrated book, it could take years for that book to see the light of day. And the language that you use, the people that you may have quoted or referenced in your book, it needs to be kind of, I don't want to say time-stamped, but it needs to be looked at and acknowledged. So in the author's note for Hoop Kings, I talk about why I did what I did, how I did the poems that I did. And I find actually the kids really love that. I'm not going to say more than the poems, but they get a bigger kick out of that more than anything else, because now they're hearing directly from me about my work. Because one of the first questions that teachers of poetry ask, which I hate, is, what do you think the author was thinking when they wrote this? And the reason that I hate that question is because what does it matter? What matters is how do you respond to what the author has written in that instance. And so in the case of the notes that are in Who Kings 2, I talk a little bit about the poetry style, but I talk about the language that I use. I talk about the rhythms that I chose. It's the same for Jimmy. I talk about why I didn't mention his death, because that's a narrative. That's the first thing people hear, as opposed to here's a guy that was the greatest guitar player of all time, and you want to know how he died. How about you learn how he became what he became? So that's me taking back the narrative to show that here is somebody that we have to really look at. And this is coming directly from me. So you don't have to wonder, why did the author do this? Why did the author do that? You can see directly from me. And that's in every single one of my books.
Tracy, you want to jump in?
Yeah, I've been thinking about what my response would be, because Nina sort of came together at many different times, right? I wrote it at one point and then finally felt brave enough to share it with an editor. And by the time it was in final edits and being illustrated, it was the summer of 2020. And it just brought a whole other layer. And there were so many things on various programs and podcasts about Nina and how relevant her music was still and always. And, so if you had asked me this question when I first wrote the book, I might have a different answer than now. But my hope is that all children who come to this book will ask questions, will wonder why, and realize that none of this was so long ago, and all of this was happening in a larger fabric that included the names of people that we know, like Dr. King, and who get a lot of coverage. I mean, I really think that I wrote something that many people have said is heavy and, is a hard book for the age group and that kind of thing. And I'm hoping that the adult readers will be my co-conspirators and will answer the questions and sort of ameliorate the heaviness that is in the truth of what I wrote. So.
And the reality is that people of all ages have heaviness in their lives.
Yeah.
In different ways.
And I think I didn't know how to write about Nina without being heavy.
Yeah.
On some level.
Yeah. Evie, what about you?
Just to connect it to what I said earlier about publishers having the onus to decide what gets through. I was going to self-publish this book, The People Remember, years ago, because Kwanzaa feels so niche. It sometimes gets a bad rap, but in my own community, this is where my village is. This is where celebration is. And these are my family. My chosen family celebrates Kwanzaa. And it's not so much about the founder. It's not always about the principles. It is about, we're coming together this particular time of the year. We're not necessarily doing Christmas. We're not doing New Year's. This is like on the 26th or the 27th, where we wear our African clothes and we say, we make fun of Kujitakulia and then we eat. And we have a moment for the kids. And I needed that for my community. And I know I have a community where I can self-publish a book and sell it at one of the Kwanzaa festivals next to the shea butter and incense and black soap. You know what I'm talking about. And it's a very small thing. And I felt like a big 5 publisher can't have access to that because that is my personal space. And I felt really on the fence about writing a Kwanzaa book that, a HarperCollins can profit from, because what I know the founders of Kwanzaa, which is not the founder that it's usually credited to, but it's the community and the children who kept it going years after the so-called, founder founded it, but that's a different story. I know that the community upholds this tradition, and it is close to our heart. It is a grassroots effort, and here I am allowing a company to commodify it. So I'm always on the fence about this kind of work. It reaches a larger audience, yes. At the same time, it is part of something that we value and cherish. So in terms of that, my reader in my heart is the communities like my communities, the close-knit communities, the church communities, who come together just in love and in faith. And then I can't think about the larger audience who may question its validity, right? I have to get that out of my mind. It's for the people who want to celebrate and want to know more. And I think I know who that is. At the same time, I can't think too hard about who that might be.
Thank you, Jewel. Thank you, CJ. Thank you, Evie. Thank you, Charles. And thank you, Tracy, for this conversation and for your.
Thanks.
Thank you. Great question. Thank you.
Have a wonderful day, everyone. Black books are beautiful. Black books are powerful. Black books are edifying. Black books are everything. Enjoy.
Indeed.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We want to thank you for joining us today. Our topic is Black Books Are Entertainment, and we have an all-star panel who is going to be having a conversation about that. I'll start with Winsome Bingham, who is a soul food connoisseur, a U.S. Army veteran, and the author of Soul Food Sunday, which has earned starred reviews and lots of acclaim. We'll go next to Greg Neri, who is a filmmaker, a digital media producer, Coretta Scott King honor-winning author, whose acclaimed work includes Ghetto Cowboy, which was adapted into the Concrete Cowboy motion picture. Lots of buzz, yes, oh, nice to have it, about his new release, The Polo Cowboy, which Miami Herald said is just right for a movie adaptation too. We would love to see that. All right, next is Don Tate, founding member of the Brown Bookshelf, award-winning author and illustrator of dozens of titles. His latest is Pigskins to Paintbrushes, the story of football-playing artist Ernie Barnes. And we have Dan Griffith, a neuroscientist, which I think is the coolest thing, and author of the popular Magnificent Makers series. The latest is The Great Germ Hunt. And I am Kelly Starling Lyons. I'm also a founding member of the Brown Bookshelf and an author of series including Jada Jones, Ty's Travels, and multiple picture books. So thank you, everybody, for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
Thank you. Well, I love the range of the books. I mean, we're, kind of covering so many really inspiring areas, things that touch on who we are, from adventures with science to soul food traditions, discovering your passion through art, kinship with horses, standing tall even when you're facing spaces that aren't always welcoming. All of you are really celebrating who you are and whose you are. So my first conversation opener is, why is it important to create stories that show the breadth of the Black experience and that entertain?
I can start with that one if you'd like. I definitely, as a young Black kid that was interested in science, for example, didn't see a lot of books growing up. And we're talking about the 90s when I was in elementary school, right? And I just didn't see books that represented my experience. Most of the books that centered Black characters tended to center on Black pain, which we all know is important. It's part of our history. But there's so much more, right? And so when I was creating my series, I really wanted to write books that celebrated Black kids being nerdy and having fun and going on science adventures in a crazy magical science space where the color of their skin is actually not really a topic I bring up much. So as you'll notice, one of the characters, Violet, has big curly hair. So sometimes her big curly hair gets in the way, but we don't talk necessarily about the fact that she's, you know, a Black girl and there aren't a lot of Black girls like her that like science. It just is, you know, it's just kind of a given, their identities. And I think that's really important in children's literature, to center Blackness without necessarily centering all of the trauma, right, that we as Black Americans have experienced.
I want to piggyback on that and add to it and say you're absolutely right. I think a lot of times when we see a book that centers Black and brown kids, there's this thread of oppression, the narrative. Don't get me wrong. I believe there's a space for every story to be told, but I feel like we need to balance it out. We're people like everyone else. We have sadness and pain, but we also have joys and triumphs, and those things need to be documented more. I would like to see a space where there's just this balance. For every Soul Food Sunday, right, there is a story about the Tulsa Race Massacre. Even for homecomings and just being able to celebrate and love on each other. I think we need more of those stories, and we have a long way to go to get that. And honestly, let me just say this last part. I don't think there should only be one story about family gathering, right? Because you hear, well, we already have one of that. No, we need to have a bunch because different things happen in those moments.
That's so true.
Yeah, I'm all about like trying to change the narrative and tell like all these unexpected stories that are happening in real life that most people don't know about. So, you know, with the Cowboy series, like that's a real neighborhood where the narrative was that was the most dangerous neighborhood in the city, and therefore nobody in Philadelphia knew anything about it, avoided it at all costs. But inside of it was this really kind of incredible world of Black urban cowboys. And, you know, with the sequel with Polo Cowboy, like polo is something you associate with, you know, white kind of elite, you know, posh sports. And the fact that there was this real team that went all the way to the national championships, you know, these are like incredible real stories, and that kids not only need to tell, but they're incredibly entertaining too. You know, so I like to allow kids to see themselves in all kinds of spaces where they normally might not.
Mm-hmm. That's great and so important. I know, Dawn, that you also really, you know, look for those stories that haven't been told. Can you share a bit about that?
Most definitely. It's important to show the breadth of the Black experience because, you know, we are more than one story. Mm-hmm. Historically, the stories that get published about us are on the topics of civil rights, Dr. King and Rosa Parks, and slavery, and Dr. King and Rosa Parks and slavery. And, you know, and while I have no problem with these stories, and you see, look behind me, many of the stories that I've written and illustrated about are on these topics. But Black people are more. We need more stories to combat stereotypes. If our body of literature, the subjects that we write about, you know, only, you know, get stuffed into a box this size, then I feel like we are limiting ourselves. And worse yet, we're limiting the children that we're writing for. It's important that whatever topic we tackle, that we not only inform and edify and teach and uplift, but that we entertain. And that's how we capture the attention. That's how I capture the attention of my young readers in the books that I write about. And I was going to tell a little story. My mother-in-law told me over Thanksgiving that she gave a copy of one of my books to one of the young people in our family. And she thought he'd be really excited because this is, African-American story, African-American person. Somebody in the family wrote this story, but he said, I really don't like to read and I really don't like books. So it's our job, or my job as an author and an illustrator, to first and foremost entertain our young readers so that we can draw them into the stories and we can change that. I want to change for these young kids who say, I don't like to read. I want to inspire them to read.
Excellent.
Yeah, and I just to piggyback on that, I've developed this kind of bar that I set to do a story, which is you have to have this moment where you just your jaw drops and you're like, what? And a teacher sent me this photo of a kid reading one of my books, and he has that look on his face like, what? And that's the reaction I have when I stumble across a story in real life that just floors me. And I figure if I can capture that energy, the reader will have the same response. So I'm always trying to surprise the reader in a way that's, they never knew about these things.
I love that. Yeah, I think it's really important too for people to really think about the history of Black children's literature. We think about Eloise Greenfield and John Steptoe and Tom Feelings and Lucille Clifton. Black joy is not something that's new, right? So we've had books that have celebrated that for generations. So it's really important to think about us standing on the shoulders of those trailblazers that paved the way for us. And also, to kind of tie into what Dawn had to say, thinking about the range of who we are within one story. You can have, as Winsome said, you might have some, sorrow or some pain, but you could also have joy. So just, showing the rise and the fall of life and, that being a way to help kids see themselves, but also get through anything. So the next thing I want to talk about is, this duality of our stories. They don't just showcase Black joy, they also empower and they inspire kids. So how do you work to infuse both of those things in your work?
I can start again and just say that, one of the biggest things that I try and highlight in my books are that making mistakes and failing is okay. And I think that's something that Black children are not granted as often as other children, for example. And this is especially true in the sciences. It's all about taking a risk. It's all about testing an idea that may seem strange to everyone else, but is really cool to you. And you get really obsessed and passionate about something. And that passion usually that passion usually leads to some kind of failure, right? We don't just immediately have this idea and accomplish it in one stroke. And the same thing goes for science. So I really try and empower kids by providing a space in which they feel comfortable to be themselves, and which they also realize that they can make a mistake. And they might even feel like they ruined, so in each of my books, they go on a science adventure, right? And they have to finish the adventure in 120 minutes. Otherwise, they can't come back to what's called the Maker Maze, where they do all of their science fun. And so inevitably in each book, there's something that happens, right? And it usually involves one of the characters either making a mistake or maybe them disagreeing and getting into an argument, but they're just imperfect heroes, right? And showing kids that it's okay to have imperfect heroes, that if they fail, that they can overcome. That's how resilience is built. It's through making mistakes. And I know, especially even now, I'm an assistant professor at the University of California, Davis, and I'm terrified of making mistakes in front of my colleagues because I know that they could potentially think, oh, well, how did she get here, right? And so those feelings of needing to, show the world this very perfect image, I think can be a little bit hard for kids, right? Because childhood is all about testing things and often not necessarily executing perfectly the first time. So I really try and empower by giving kids a safe space in which they can fail and recover and in the end succeed. And I think that's really, really important for our kids.
I love that. And what I really like about your books too is that they demystify science. You know, some kids have math phobia, some kids have science phobia. And I like how you invite them in by them seeing themselves, by them having fun, figuring out the science challenges. So thank you for doing that.
And one thing I wanted to point out too is not just Black and brown kids, but in this book, we feature a disabled character very proudly on the cover, because we really want to show that all kids, Black and brown kids, Black and brown disabled kids, doesn't matter your background, but you're invited to have fun, you're invited to fail, and you're invited to learn from those mistakes.
I love that too, that notion that a cover can be an invitation to a child, or it can be a closed door. So, you know, I think that's so important to show images of the full range of who we are. Greg, do you want to chime in?
And yeah, I'm just going to piggyback on that because, you know, when I grew up, I did not really get science and math, but I was really curious. I wanted to figure out how things work. I love the idea of explorers. And later on in my life, now suddenly the projects I'm working on now, you know, allowed me to go to Antarctica and to work with the space program and all these things that are, and I'm working with these brilliant scientists and just like, you know, but I realized like my kind of ability is my superhero strength, because if I could show kids like I can do it, and what I do is I try to break down things to a degree until I can understand the concepts and then create stories around them. Like then that 10-year-old version of me would have understood this and would have, you know, been inspired by it. And so I've taken my inability to learn that and used it as an asset. And just like, I just love the idea of a person like me who, you know, lives in Florida, going to Antarctica and working in the most extreme place on earth, which shows these kids like, well, look, if I could do it, then you could do it. I mean, come on.
That's amazing. And I think that also speaks to, you know, in Polo Cowboy, you know, you have this kid who's in the city of Philadelphia who then is put in this world of polo. So can you speak a bit about that? What was the inspiration?
Yeah, just it's the same thing. It's just like, you know, willing. I mean, he's got a girl. He's, you know, being pulled into this world of polo, which allows most boys to overcome all other kinds of embarrassing situations. But of course, when you get in those embarrassing situations, you have to kind of find your inner strength, or let's say your inner cowboy that pulls you up and allows you to take those failures and those defeats and keep working at it until you find your lane and find your way into this game, which might seem so strange and bizarre, but once you figure out what you can bring to that, not try to play somebody else's game, but to bring your game to this, that's kind of your strength and the strength of Cole in the book.
I love that. And Dawn, when you're writing about Ernie Barnes, you go into the bullying that he faced. And I think, you know, so many kids can relate to that. And, you know, kind of tying in to what Greg said, you know, finding what makes you feel powerful and what your gifts are and, you know, how you shine. Can you speak to how you did that in Pigskins to Paintbrushes?
Yeah, so with Pigskins to Paintbrushes, it's the story of a boy who was a creative kid. He wanted to become an artist. But in his community in Durham, North Carolina in the 1930s, for a boy to aspire to the arts, for a boy to like poetry and to want to play a trombone, for a boy to not be interested in like football or baseball or basketball or Willie Mays or Babe Ruth, something must be wrong with that boy. Okay. Oftentimes, human beings, we try to define what people should be. You know, Black people should be this or else they're not Black enough. You know, boys and men should be that or they're not man enough. Or girls and women, they should be this and that and so on and so on. So the story of Ernie Barnes empowers kids to be themselves, to not let others define who they are or what they can be. Boys can be artists, they can be nurses or dancers, but they can also be firefighters or football players or lawyers or whatever they choose to be. And in terms of entertaining, I entertain my readers through the use of an engaging voice. I cannot be a boring storyteller. Through brightly colored illustrations, I bring to life the emotions of the characters, through the emotions of Ernie Barnes that he feels throughout the story. Any good, entertaining story is packed with a gamut of emotions that we can all relate to. So to entertain my readers, I need to make them laugh. I need to make them cry. I need to make them angry and sad. And then I need to make them smile again at the end. So that will empower them to get up and want to change some of the injustices that they are facing in their own lives.
Thank you. And Winsome, I think that ties in nicely to talking about Soul Food Sunday, which I love and made me hungry reading it. And we think of my grandma, my grandfather, and all the people in my family. And I love how you use onomatopoeia and you use voice and you use sense of place. Yes. And it's so familiar, for me, and I'm sure for so many others. So can you speak to how you crafted it, where it came from?
Yeah, Soul Food is about a little boy coming of age and learning to cook. I'm one of those people who believes that cooking is not gender specific. Mm-hmm. My family, basically everyone can cook because you have to eat. That's the bottom line. We're not going to sit around and wait for mama or grandma. If you want to eat, you get in there and cook. But when I write, I am very, very intentional. I'm very specific. I am very craft-centric as well as kid-centric. Even, you think about even when we cook collard greens, right? We normally cut the greens, but kids can get in and rip. It's leaves. You can rip it apart, right? You can roll it. It's just being able to bring them into it. And I like to use a lot of devices. My father was a reggae singer. So music, I'm all about cadence and musicality. I do use onomatopoeia because I was a teacher for years. And I know that repetition, assonance, consonants, what they hear, it adds to predictability. I'll have students, the books that resonated more with them were the books that carried a lot of repetition, where they can sit on the edge of their seat and wait for that moment when they just scream out what will come next, that predictability. Yeah. And so when I write, I tend to make sure I'm using these elements because I believe what we hear can carry so much. And music is universal for a reason, right? Kids learn the words to a rap song before they learn how to read. It is that repetition. It's that rote memory, how their brain process things. The Soul Food was one of those stories for me that honestly, it came natural because it's what we did. I grew up in Fort Lauderdale, and every summer, as soon as the day ends for summer vacation at 2:00, by 6:00, me and my sisters and brothers on a plane going to New York to my aunt's. My mama and grandma couldn't wait to send us to New York. And every Sunday in New York, Brooklyn Avenue, President Street between Utica and Schenectady, my Aunt Peggy, everyone flocks to her house, to that brownstone for food. We were there from 2 to 1:00 at night, eating, talking trash. And so it came natural, why aren't we documenting these stories? You know, I don't write the traditional picture book where you have a character try 3 times and fail. I still don't know how to do that. And I'm self-taught. But also it is just being able to just get this document, right? This to just memorialize this moment, this one moment. All my books, I feel like they're really a memoir of a slice of my personal life brought on the page. But I think I'm getting a lot of feedback from people that have bought Soul Food, and it really resonated with them, especially during Thanksgiving when everyone is in the kitchen. And one lady said to me on Instagram, my DM, she's like, I never even stopped to think my daughter could come and rip the collard green leaves. And I'm like, yeah, save you from doing it. put her to work, you know. Just one of those things. So yeah, I believe that we need to just have more stories like Soulful, just more stories that center Black joy. And I hope people that resonate more with people.
Yeah. I love that. One of the best pieces of advice that I got when I was starting out was write the story only you can tell. Yeah. And I think that all of us in different ways are doing that. With my Jada Jones and Ty's Travel series, I was thinking about the kids that don't get the spotlight, who deserve to be the stars of stories too. You know, kind of like with Deanne, you know, Jada Jones is a girl who loves science and loves family and friends, and tying with what Winsome was saying, I want to reflect the music of life. So the weary blues, as well as the summer jams and the anthems. I want it all on the page. Yeah. So let's talk about how you came to this path. What called you to write for kids? For me, just a real quick story. I was in 3rd grade when I saw Roll of Thunder, Hear My Cry. That was my first time seeing a Black girl on the cover of a children's book. I didn't need to know what the story was about. I immediately wanted to make it mine. And it made me start to think of myself as, you know, having this power that I could be a writer too, that my life was something that deserved to be, you know, celebrated on the page, and that people in my family should make up part of the cast of characters and our history should be centered. So that's my own story. But what is your story? What called you to write for kids?
Yeah, I've always been very much engaged in science outreach, like ever since college, since I started pursuing my degree in neuroscience. And I've always been passionate about writing, and more so than writing, I think it's storytelling. I'm an only child, so I spent a lot of time in my own head telling myself stories, like making up stories, since I didn't have any siblings to tell them to. And I found out that I was naturally just a good writer. I think there was a little bit of a natural talent in there. Ever since I learned how to write, I realized I could put my stories onto paper. And then I ended up focusing most of my career up until recently on the science side. And then I kind of had this moment. I was reading books to my daughter. I just had a little girl in 2017, and I was reading books to her. And I said, you know what? I've always wanted to do this. And I've always wanted to highlight, you know, I wanted to write a story about a little girl like myself who likes science, who was tall. You can't tell like on this platform, but I'm 5'10", and I've been 5'10" since I was 11 years old. So it was very awkward growing up. You know, also everyone assumed, you know, I should just be a basketball player and things like that. And I wanted to write a story about kids who looked like me, who wanted to be scientists and enjoyed science and liked going to the library and liked, you know, again, kind of being nerdy. I wasn't, you know, a stereotypical little Black girl, whatever even that means. But I was very, very into science and how things worked, and just didn't see at the time other people who looked like me that wanted to do the same kind of things that I wanted to do. And that's not to say that they weren't there. I just didn't see them. And so I wanted to give kids a little bit more easy access to people who look like them. And also, again, invite kids who maybe aren't passionate about science, and maybe they don't want to be scientists, but can see science in their daily life and have an appreciation for it. So for example, in book 2, we talk about, you know, the mixture of art and science. We introduce a new character who's really into art, and Violet, who is like science or die, was like, what is this art thing? And so Violet has to learn that, you know, science and art go hand in hand. So basically, these books for me are just kind of a little bit of a love letter to who I was as a child and who I didn't see on the page as a child.
That's great. Winsome, do you want to share?
Yeah, I think for me, it's all about just capturing these moments. Like I said, there needs to be a balance. I taught for like 17 years, and I taught in an IB school. I was a special education teacher. I taught gifted, but then I became a curriculum integration specialist. And my job was to use books and weave into the curriculum, and the teachers, we use that one book for every class. So if we're using soul food, I have to make sure they can teach it in math, language arts, social studies, right across the board. And when we came to IB, is all about global learning, being able to not think local, but think around the world. So if we're studying food and culture, how can we compare, compare and contrast? And I never have anything that would center Black food, like within, so I can create, to a curriculum. I'm like, why don't I have something that can be tied in with other things? And so I started just writing books that meets that niche that's missing. Like I have like 10 books under contract, but each of these books can tie into any curriculum IB wise, because that's what I see missing. But I also base everything on me. They're literally my memoir in a picture book format, basically.
I think that's such an important reason that we have Black authors. I think you just said it right there, because these are our stories and we all have unique and individual stories to be brought to the table.
I agree.
Right.
Yeah, I came to writing very late, and I started as a filmmaker, and I was doing I would do these workshops at schools, like middle schools, like in South Central LA and East LA and around there. And I was also working with a lot of kids who were in gangs and things like that. And for some reason, I found it very comfortable kind of being with them and telling stories to them. And, a lot of these kids had very limited experiences, had never seen the beach, even though it was half hour away and things like this. And so I found myself telling a lot of stories. I come from like kind of oral storytelling tradition, which is like, how to grab somebody's attention. You tell a story about the kid you hate or your crazy uncle or whatever, and you get like these verbal responses like, what? Like, no. And I found it very easy to talk to them and tell these stories and have this back and forth response, and then a story kind of came out of that wasn't right for film. And I thought, I kind of was searching like, well, how else can I tell this story? And it took me a couple of years, but eventually turned into my first book. And, I had that moment where it was like, well, I've never been trained to write this kind of story before. I don't know, like I'm not officially a writer, so I can't really do it, right? But then I realized I really had nothing to lose, because if I tried it and I failed, I would still be the guy who had never written a book, like the exact same person. But if I tried it and succeeded, like I would have this whole other way to tell a story. And I realized, like my experience from filmmaking allowed me to write stories that were very visual. Screenplays, you use very, raw kind of language. I mean, it's just like simplified language, which was really good for telling stories for that age. And so it just kind of naturally fell into this kind of storytelling. And once I kind of allowed myself to do it, like stuff just started coming out. And like I just kind of never looked back. So I like to call myself an accidental writer. But to me, it's all storytelling, whether it's on film or whether it's in a book or poetry. You're still telling stories.
Well, lucky for us that you gave yourself the freedom and the permission to try something new. So thank you. Don, how about you?
Yeah, I think that before anyone can envision themselves doing a certain thing, they need to see that thing in their own communities. They need to see like inventors and engineers and authors and entrepreneurs in their homes, as well as their communities. And if not, they can see that in a book. I believe that books help kids to see things beyond the limited world that they might live in.
Yeah.
I think about the book that I'm writing right now, which is under contract. It's the story of Jerry Lawson, who was the inventor that led the team that invented the video game cartridge. When I was 8 years old, I would have never seen myself as an engineer. If you would have asked me what an engineer does, would have said engineers drive choo-choo trains. because there was no one in my community who I knew of, or in my family who I knew of, who was like an electrical engineer. However, in my family, we did have an author. Eleanor E. Tate was my famous aunt who I grew up watching. She was a writer and she wrote young adult novels. And one of her novels was adapted into a movie. And that movie debuted at the Des Moines Public Library. And I watched my aunt speak about the importance of centering Black characters in stories. And that night was the, you know, when I saw the first time that I saw myself as a book creator. Only at that time, I didn't see myself as a writer. I would tell stories with pictures. But it took seeing my aunt before I could see myself as a book creator. I was the kind of kid who loved to draw. So I, pretty much spent my entire childhood drawing pictures. And so naturally, when I, graduated college, took a job at an educational publishing company, I simply followed my aunt into this wonderful career.
That's so powerful. 100 Black Men has a motto, what they see is what they'll be. And I think that's so important with literature too, making sure kids know that there's no ceiling on their dreams. And that really ties into the mission of Vanessa's African American Children's Book Project, which is preserve a legacy and buy a book. We're about time to wrap up. So let's end on this idea of your mission. What do you want to pass on to young readers? What do you want them to hold in their heart? What do you want them to know that they can achieve?
I guess for me, I want young readers to know that they have a place in the world. And I'm showing them that that place could be in science, and that's wonderful. But in the end, it could be anywhere. And that they should have fun on their journey of figuring themselves out, and that they might make a few mistakes along the way, but that in the end, life is an adventure, science is an adventure, and have fun and figure out who you are and know that you are invited at least into this little world that I created.
Great, I love that.
And, in the beginning, I just wanted to make books like a boy wouldn't be embarrassed to be seen holding, like if they got caught reading a book, it'd be like, oh yeah. And, through the years, I've seen, really amazing things like whole classrooms reading one of my books, just like classrooms that are totally rowdy normally, but so quiet, you could hear a pin drop. Or I've seen kids fight over one of my books, which is, a mixed message, I guess, but I liked it. And we ended up coming a solution where they could share the book and they, would read it together, which is pretty cool. And just, this idea that books are like this precious thing. Lots of my books don't get returned to the library because they can't give it up. They ended up passing it around. So to me, it's like this real communal thing. Like if you find a story that you feel is yours and you pass it, give it to another person, that's like a real personal thing that means something, like you're passing stories along and they get passed around. And, I think that's a beautiful thing, just like sharing stories.
Thank you. Winsome?
Yeah, I think for me, the legacy I want people to understand is that when you see a Black kid, remember he has or she has a family, a community that supports her and stands behind her. I know the typical children's book, they want kids to have agency and be on the page and, the parents are wherever doing whatever. But we know, we've lived it, that Black and brown kids, we don't have that, right? We don't get to just maneuver through the world by ourselves. We can't. And so I want to see more books where we center family, because that is important to us. We live it. We have people that's standing behind us, that's speaking life into us, that's pushing us, that's teaching us. And I want to make sure whenever they see a book coming from me, they'll know, okay, this is about the true Black experience. This is about a community that's gathering and supporting. And that's the legacy I want to leave.
Great. And Dawn?
So yeah, I want to talk a little bit about how my life experiences help inform my stories. And, before I invest a gazillion hours and years into creating, and publishing a story, I feel like I must really be able to relate to the subject. My worldview or my truths or my beliefs or experiences must align with that subject. Or else maybe it's someone else's would do a better job of writing that particular story. There's a part of me and who I am in every single one of these books behind me. For example, of course, Ernie Barnes, I was the kind of kid who loved to draw. And of course, I was the kid who got called all of the names because I wanted to be an artist. So I walked that experience, and so I felt like I would be the perfect person to tell that story. I think of Swish, which is the story of the Globetrotters. They used their talents to entertain and make the world a better place. And I feel like that is the goal of all of the work that I do. I think about No Small Potatoes, which is the story of Junius G. Groves, known as the Potato King of the world. He was a hard worker. I know what it's like to work hard. And just as well, I don't think I have this one out here, but Eugene Sandow, who was, the inventor of the sport of bodybuilding. And Eugene Sandow was a white guy, but I also want my young readers to know that Black people can write and illustrate about anything. Because who I am aligns with all of these people, I feel like that I can bring a level of truth and authenticity to the stories that I write about.
Thank you. And my legacy that I want to leave is just really to let all the kids out there know that you matter. You have a voice. Just as we are putting our stories on the page, you have a story to tell too. So be bold and be brave and be proud and show us beautiful you. So I want to thank everybody for joining us today. Thank you to Vanessa for always celebrating Black children's book creators. Again, her motto is preserve a legacy, buy a book. Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye.
Hi, everyone. I am so honored to be here with all three of you because the art that you create is indeed exquisite. And our theme for today is Exquisite. We're part of a series on Black books that are empowering, enlightening, edifying, essential, exquisite, and enduring. But I just want to linger for a couple minutes on the enduring part because all of you are part of a legacy and a tradition of African-American children's literature. And I'm actually a scholar of African-American children's literature, and I trace it back largely to a magazine called The Brownies Book that was published in 1920 and 1921. It was edited by Du Bois and Jessie Fawcett, and they saw themselves as contributing to the development of modern Negro art, really by featuring the work of Black artists back in 1920 and 1921. And I know that all of you have a great respect for education and educators. And I just want you to respond a bit to just what I just put out there.
Well, I just,
yeah, please. No, you first.
I was just going to say, I just recently heard about the Brownies book, and so I'm eager to get some information about that, get a copy in my hand or a website or however I can engage with it. And just this idea that we've always been concerned with our children's imaginations and their dreams through literature. For some people, it feels like it may be a new thing, but we've always been concerned. Maybe we weren't printing as many copies and maybe they weren't being distributed the same way, We were always interested in having a platform for young people to look through those windows and doors that we always talk about. So the enduring part, one of the things that I say to myself when I'm working on a project is I would like for this to be a book that perhaps my granddaughter would choose for her children, whether or not I'm involved in the project. A book that will be on the shelves for 100 years, not just a flash in the pan. So that's part of my motivation, is to do classic, enduring themes and illustrations that can live on for a very long time.
It's true. I understand they want us to introduce ourselves as well.
Oh yeah, that might have been good.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I should have invited you all to do that. My apologies.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll just say my name is Aqua Holmes, and so happy to be here with everyone today.
I'm Tanya Angel. Nice to meet you both, see you both, and match your faces with your art that I've been loving and appreciating for years. Speaking of enduring, I have to say that my first exposure to art was not in museums or in galleries. It was children's books that I would find in my library. And I happened to go to a predominantly white elementary school. So when I went to look around my library, I saw very few books with people that looked like me in them. So when I found one, I just grasped onto it and didn't let go. And it would take an active, I don't know what, to even get me to return the library book, because I was so engrossed. I was like, it's this. And I had this fountaining creativity, but I didn't know how to let it out. So it really took a self-education, like me going out and seeking these books that inspired me. And that's how I found my love for children's books and illustration. I was born and raised in Houston. I started drawing when I was 7 years old. Truly, a lot of people don't know it's a result of a near-death experience. I found children's books while I was recuperating from a horrible accident, and it's never left me since. So I don't want to start the panel off by crying, but it gets me emotional talking about, my love for children's books.
Mm.
So thank you for allowing me to be here and share that with you.
And I'm Art Gregory Christie, and I'm a children's book illustrator for more than 60 children's books. And just going by both of what you said, that really is a summation of why I'm doing the books I do. One is when I was very young, and we're talking about the 70s, everybody wants to see themselves. And if you go back to your parents' generation, they had to read Dick and Jane, and it just keeps, every generation keep going back and back. And I got into illustration, and I first started doing record covers and magazines. Mm-hmm. And it was almost by accident I did a children's book. It was just a job offered to me because of a record cover I did of a little boy on a bench with a saxophone. And the next thing I know, he won the Credit Scott King Award honor. And it kind of threw me into children's books. And as I started to do more books, I realized the importance of what I'm doing, or any person who's doing children's books. It is the first exposure a child's going to have to art and ideas. And so when I do a children's book, I don't try to dumb it down, just like I pick history that you don't want to dumb down. You want to be truthful about what happened, but you want to say it in this exquisite way that people can appreciate it. And so it's so important to be honest, but be poetic at the same time.
So beautifully said. The Brownies book set out this whole list of objectives for the literature and art that they shared with children. And one of their objectives was to make colored children know that being colored is a normal, beautiful thing. So on the one hand, it breaks my heart that they felt like they had to say that. But on the other hand, if we look at it in the most positive way, it's like we're going to depict all of their beauty. So can you all say something about that? How does that strike you, to make colored children know that being colored is a normal, beautiful thing? Because I know that some of, like Gregory, I know that you've done a lot of historical stuff, but sometimes you take a break from that and do the Black joy thing. So just some thoughts.
I felt I had to do that because any history, every ethnicity has such harshness, but people of color, African-American history is very harsh. And at first I was hardcore. When I first started my career, I thought, I'm just going to do historical books because I didn't know about these people. And you feel almost like you were robbed. Like, how do you not know about this person? And now they have, Hollywood catches things and they twist it. And people, unfortunately, most people get their history from Hollywood and film, rather than reading and doing research and things like that. So I started to realize after I did a book called Jazz Baby that people also want to just have a normal, just something joyful too, and also celebrate just beauty and in imagery. So even Tony Medina, when we did a book together called Deshaun Days, he said he wanted to depict people from the hood that were just normal, not some hardcore story about we lost this, we didn't have that. Because not every moment in life, no matter what circumstance you're in, is complete misery. I don't believe that. I think there's some little area, some time where you might feel some joy. And this is very important to me. Whenever I'm talking to people about the industry, there's two industries, in essence, and things that you can say as a person of color in children's books, you have to navigate differently. And you can't just expect what you learn in art school is just going to get you out there and you're going to do what you do. But most importantly, you can't get pigeonholed. You can't put yourself in a box that you're doing a product over and over and over again. And I think everybody here on this panel, I respect their work because to me, they're artists. They can stand their own in any gallery or museum, and they're not dumbing down their work. And they have such richness to what they're doing that it could even be a coffee table book.
Yeah, when you were asking your question, Dinah, the word timelessness came up for me. Exquisite timelessness in our storytelling. And I think one of the reasons that we often have to or focus on the joy aspect of Black life is because in a lot of the mainstream media, it's focused on the deficits. And we know because we're living Black lives that we are not all deficits, that we are joy, that we are laughter, that we are, soul and so many things. And so to have an opportunity to depict those things for children, to look in a mirror and say, yeah, that's me in that mirror. I just am so excited to be a part of that. But if we didn't have to, what do they call it? It's almost like a reparation of the way that Black stories are right now. We are repopulating the literary world with those stories of everyday life in everyday imaginative life that Black children have. And so there's much more work to be done. And it's exciting to be a part of it right now.
And I think part of the beauty is that a lot of the control has been taken out of other hands and taken into our own hands. And our own hands know about our different layers of beauty and experience, and to most of us, I think as we're creating work, it's effortless to show people just being people because that's our lives, you know what I mean? Right. But it's also, when people see the end result, it's really beautiful that they can connect with it on all levels, not just people who look exactly like us. You know what I mean? Anyone can open that book and relate to those stories. Whether it's a historical book, a history reference or a Black joy experience, it's just a joy experience overall. And I feel like, if you're a human being, you can relate to them, and I think the beauty is being able to put those books out there so that people can finally, see all the layers and not just one dimension. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, and something else that it makes me think of too is that we're also talking to parents and teachers in every book. In a recent book that I was involved in, Black as a Rainbow Color, it's like some of our books are giving parents an opportunity to speak to their children about certain subjects that maybe they didn't know how to introduce or bring up, or they didn't know how to respond to a particular question. I know I've been in that place as a parent, like, oh, how do I start to talk about this? And so children's books can help open a door for a conversation with families or in a classroom that maybe it's hard to just create on your own, but certain stories that you all are working on, it's like you read this book and now children have questions. Now even we as adults have questions about a historical figure, or I didn't know about that. And so we're also churning up the earth for adults as well as children.
Yeah.
I agree with that. And I feel like in one sense, I do what I do because I want to counterbalance, because it really affects me when I read historical stories, and I have that question, why didn't I learn about this? Why didn't they make a movie about this and that? But also do like the idea of what Tanya was saying, it's also a human experience. And I don't do it, I'm not doing it out of anger or going to dictate what the industry should be doing. I'm more the type of person that puts the focus on myself and what can I do? I've been given a talent. What can I do to help? And I feel we have to also, when I say we, I say people of color have to actually control our own images too, to the point of again, a counterbalance, because sometimes the little children and even the teenagers are just lost to craziness and street mentality and violence. And it's like, that's pushed on them too much that they don't even know they're lost. And I think when they can actually get images and people that can help change, just counterbalance these things, that's also the importance of especially visual art and images. And it goes beyond just books, even having images up in your home. We're all artists at the end of the day. And yes, it's nice to have books, but if you can support artists with buying art or have prints, or, everyone's doing prints, but actual painting is great too. But imagery in the home is, to me, as important as books in the home. So let me say positive imagery.
Especially this conversation starters when people come into your home, just opening up all these wonderful conversations and perspectives. It's the beauty of art.
And Gregory, I know you offer art classes. Do you still offer art classes?
I do. Now I've changed the business model, and I'll be honest, I'm very happy for the opportunities given to me by the industry, but I saw it with the music industry where they just didn't keep up with the times. And I realized that if, let's say at that time, let's say in the 90s or whatever, if you were a musician and you were going with that old model of you're going to do concerts and you're going to do videos, and you got lost, just like Uber and taxis. And I say the same for the publishing industry. They're still going to 1800 model. I don't know everything. I know simplifying it, but I do know that when I get on a plane and I see people with more LCD screens than they have books like they used to, that times are changing, the public's changing. So that compelled me to be more entrepreneurial and not be kind of like, and this is my own personal description of it, of like a horse in a stable, or just feeling that one company I could stay with that. I really have, and I tell this to a lot of artists, keep in mind that you're an expert in what you do, no matter what it is. You could be a Procreate expert. You know more than a parent who went to law school and has a little daughter drawing all the time. And someone will pay you for your expertise. And if you think like that, it can be supplementary to being, being strictly a children's book illustrator or author. And I always believe that well, not to say always, I got to the point I consider myself a business, and what does a business offer? A product or a service, or sometimes both. So my mindset is that when I become entrepreneurial. So instead of, before I was trying to do it individually through a store, and now my focus is a customer of people who know people. So what I do is I get groups of people together and I practice, bookbinding, printmaking, anything that I've learned over the years. So that's what I'm doing. It's like I really believe if you're a freelancer, and I think maybe the other people on the panel, just freelancing is great, but you don't want to be hustling in your 60s and 70s, or you want some. I get to the point I want stability. I love freelancing, but stability is also more attractive these days. So for me, like starting another venue of another mindset to build income is through being entrepreneurial.
It's funny too, the technology is something that I think we're very aware of now, that someone can take your static book and make it move for a CD. So now when you're thinking about creating characters, are you thinking about the fact that they may move in the future? Are we taking into consideration when we're starting a project that this may be an animation, this may be a film, this may be, the whole digital technology. So many artists, that's what they do. They do everything in Photoshop or Procreate or whatever it is. They don't have like pieces of paper stuck on like I do. I'm old school. So, how do we also embrace technology so that it is a very useful tool, but doesn't take over our aesthetic? That's something that's on my mind.
The young people are taking it by storm. They know how to do it. They know how to get it out there, how to promote it, how to license every part of it, how to get money. They are going to be running the world. But I'm trying to learn from them as well. Like, okay. Coming from an entrepreneurial level, we understand on a rich dad, poor dad level. If you guys have read that book, okay. It's important. You have to think on a grander scale. How can you invest in the future? And our future is also, especially as we're getting older as artists, creating a certain, or opening up doors for mentorship. When I was younger, I don't know what I would be if I didn't have mentors, because I sure didn't have the money to pay for classes. I wasn't one of those kids that left high school and was able to go straight to college. I had to go straight into the workforce. All of my education with art was on my own at that age. But I also had these mentors in my community that brought me into their studio and let me take free life drawing classes and taught me some of their techniques and show me how to stretch a canvas or how to mix the old school version of gessoing on canvas, all those things I learned from individuals who took the time to show me. And so I feel like, what Greg is speaking about is, yes, making some profits from it, but also considering how you can, expose our next generation to the things that we know and teach them along the way. Very important stuff.
It's true. There isn't, personally, I feel there is an obligation to help anyone who's hungry to learn. So that's there too. That's definitely there.
Yeah. Can you all talk about some of the children's book illustrators who have inspired you or have helped you along the way? We just lost Jerry Pinkney. We just celebrated Burnett Ford's life. Are there other people whose names you would like to lift up now?
Well, so many. And every time I look at, when I look at Tanya's work or Gregory's work, it's like oxygen to me. I mentioned that show earlier when we weren't recording of original Black illustrators' artwork, because normally we see each other's artwork in the finished product of the book. So we don't get to see the texture and the brush strokes and all of those kinds of things. And I was blown away by this collection. E.B. Lewis and Eric Velasquez. I mean, just so many people. And when you see the work in person, it's just like, it's like going to see a Janet Jackson concert versus listening to an album. It's like, there they are. There's their work. There's every nuance. I can't say that there's anyone in particular that I'm thinking about right now, but I'm always motivated after I look at someone's work. I'm motivated to go into my studio and to try to tell my story in a more exquisite fashion. I get something from each person. And although we're all as different as thumbprints, I can get something from what Tanya's doing. I can get something from what Gregory's doing. And I run it through the filter of Aqua and it becomes something different. So I feel connected to the whole circle of image makers, whether they're working in photography or line drawings. I mean, there's just so much motivation and inspiration.
Yeah.
My lifetime favorite is there weren't very many children's books or any books. There were a couple books on the shelves that I had access to, but Romar Bearden, it was like just one of my favorites. As a collage artist, I'm sure you appreciate him too.
Absolutely.
But, Jacob Lawrence, you know, the freedom of movement is what's most attractive to me when I look at art, and freedom in general, like freedom of movement, color, not being so bound by technicalities. To me is what like when I first saw Greg's work, like and I opened up that book, I was like, oh my gosh, that's it. It was just this freedom that he had, like this, showing these regular figures, but in his own, with his own, and it reminded me of Romar Bearden's figures at times, the elongated arms and just no rules, no rules barred. At least it seemed that way from the outside, but you did go to school.
I did. When I was little, I used to draw, like I started drawing and painting at an early age. And it was so much in me that when I went to the art store, when I was old enough, they just hired me to be there because I was there a lot. I loved art and materials. So art school was more so getting out of New Jersey, this little town I grew up in, and learning more about life. And I always tell artists teach themselves how to be artists. They teach themselves. Schools can teach you technique, but if you're doing it when you're young, you'll learn and develop a technique. But one thing I can say is that I changed up my earlier books. I felt a lot more freer. And then I realized that the industry, sometimes you have to change up to adapt to something that's not too far out there. So what I ended up doing was doing different styles and just pulling like arrows out of a quiver, different styles in different ways, just to almost be like a character actor, to pick up on what's in the text and the demeanor and feeling of the text. But I could say the books that I feel are the most artsy and let's say avant-garde or like pushing things a bit was The Palm of My Heart, my first book. And the other book is called Only Passing Through: The Story Sojourner Truth. And those books, especially on Only Passing Through, there's a lot of pink and maroon, and that came from Bearden. I love his color palette. I love that he would just do what he did. And Only Passing Through, it really is it's a summation of what I love of any artist, anyone who can take the human figure and alter it. Diego Rivera, Basquiat, anyone. I'm attracted to that. I love academic and realistic paintings and studio, something that you might see in studio art and things like that. But I also love people who break those rules, and so that's what appeals. But I also want to say that if I don't know if anyone has done a book on the history. I know we talked about the Browning's book, but if there's one specifically on children's book illustrators of color, because sometimes I feel like as the time goes, people kind of just move on to the next generation and they forget about, for me, it really was Jerry Pinkney, George Ford, Tom Feelings, and those people, I was lucky enough to actually get to meet them. And then when they encourage me, when you talk about mentorship, for them to say, oh, you're really good at what you're doing and keep doing it. One of them even said Romare Bearden would have loved your work, and they knew him. It just gave me like, wow, that's a hero of mine. And I even heard Elizabeth Catlett at one time saw one of my pieces and pointed it out as something she loved. And that's really like somebody admire her work.
Mm-hmm.
So the thing is that I just love the idea that you can make a mark and keep pushing it. But I think you always can never forget it's not you. It's not just you. You're lucky enough to be able to create these books, but this is bigger than us because, like we're saying before, it's the first exposure that a child's going to have to themselves in a book, or the first exposure you're going to have to art, and then also it's something that our society's changing so much that I'm concerned about digital art, complete digital art, because I think our technology superseded our human natures. And I believe the next step is censorship, digital censorship, where you can just delete words you don't like, or you can just delete artwork. Because just think, when you burn paintings in Nazis burn paintings, they're gone, unless somebody took a picture of them. If you do digital burnings of art, it's gone too. And it's like, I think it's foolish for an artist to completely do digital work because it can be altered so easily. And I think we are, there might have been some years ago where I said, oh, they would never do that. They'll respect art, but it's not that way. That's the reality of our times.
No, and it is a little scary to me too. I think about it a lot.
Yeah, you need tangible work. Because if I go around and rip pages out of a book, somebody's going to notice 24 has jumped to 27. Mm-hmm. But if you digitally delete something, it's not going. It could be seamless. Mm-hmm. I've heard music. I've heard people who had, I think it was like I don't remember which group from the 70s. It was like the Four Tops or something but they had obviously some dispute, and they digitally took out the chorus of somebody or somebody's time for singing. So if they can do that on Spotify, and I know the song, and I know that they just skipped that part, it's quiet, and you just hear the music playing, why wouldn't they do that with art too, with digital pictures and books?
Yeah, you see that across the board. Have any of you ever been asked to self-censor during, say, for example, a school talk? Like to eliminate a page because it might be a little violent or some sort of sexual content that the kids might not. I've only been illustrating for children's books really in a capacity that people have been paying attention to for the last 3 years. And the very first book, the one that opened the door for me, was the one that the F&G that I gave you, Greg, about Maya Angelou's life. Mm-hmm. And there was one page that talked about the violence and the sexual assault. And I would say 8 out of 10 schools that I speak to ask me to eliminate that one page and not speak to the kids out loud about it, which, I can understand to a certain degree, but it's a little bit painful because I know that, as Maya Angelou was a child experiencing this hardship, there's got to be some children out there who are going through the same thing, who feel completely alone and no one's talking to them about it. And they're not even allowing me to speak about it out loud. What are your takes on that? I know censorship is a bad thing, but there are 30 minutes. There are certain levels of censorship that, I don't know, I'm on the fence. I don't like to censor myself when I'm creating, but I can kind of understand a parent not wanting their child to learn about that in school. But then there's that other percentage of children who need to hear that, So I'm
I think that there's a divine aspect to what we do as well. And you're trusting your inner sense about when it's time to fight for a character or fight for a page or fight to have a conversation with the children that you're contracted to talk to. I don't think it's a blanket answer. You know, you walk into a classroom fully intending not to talk about something, but when you see those faces, you can feel like somebody in here needs this.
Needs to know.
And I'm going to go out on a limb for them. So I love keeping that spiritual part and the reason that we're illustrators right now in this world.
And Ekoa, you just used the word spiritual, and I read a quotation from you that says, I believe that we are all both teacher and student. We all both guide and follow. This is the sacred space. Such a
beautifully said. Yes.
Thank you so much for that. And I truly believe, in fact, I'm getting tingles right now just thinking about the fact that when I went to college, I thought, well, maybe I'd like to be a children's book illustrator. And I took some classes and I felt so inept and so like I don't belong here. And so I dropped out of those classes and I took another major. And then 40 years later, or maybe 35, someone's looking at my work and they see a children's book illustrator. So there's a spiritual aspect to the reason I'm here. And I bet all of you have stories about how you got to be the person standing in the shoes you're standing in right now. So that self-trust, trusting that Spirit has brought you to this moment to teach and to learn when that moment comes. And sometimes you have to fight. I have had to fight for things in books. And maybe because I'm older, I just feel like, well, listen, I'm putting my foot down here. I don't think that what you're doing is right, and it doesn't serve the story. And so I think that that's something, Tanya, that you have. And if you don't, then you will develop it and you will know when it's time to fight to talk about those pages.
Thank you.
I always felt it's not what you say, it's how you say it. And it comes down to the point too that an illustrator, you have always these gatekeepers. You have even an editor or an art director that can tell you to leave something out or change it. And then you have the actual customer who is the teacher and librarian. So there's many different stages before it gets to the actual child. And so I think, like, in some respects, it's okay to to just fight for what you're believing in, and I think in a way they've already hired us because you're hearing right directly from the horse's mouth. You're hearing it right directly from the person who created the imagery, why they did it and what they did, and you don't have to superimpose why the person did it. So that's an opportunity that gets lost when you tell them, don't say this or don't do that. And I've always have been this way. I try not to, I keep the emotion out of it. And I ask the person, why do you want me, what? I'll tell them why I did something in an image. And then I want to know why they want me to take it out. And, and when it comes to historical books, it's different. I actually like the input, but when it's not, and it's just something else, I want to know why. And if they have to struggle to tell me and it's really like, oh, well, I don't feel good, that's not enough for me. And that's when I'll fight for it.
Yeah. Our characters are like their spirit too. And they deserve to have a champion, that's bringing them to the page, bringing them to those children and parents. They deserve to have a champion to fight for their story or even how they look. I have some issues with, all of the kids are skinny. Where's the fat kids? Where's the tall kids that are taller than everybody in their class? Where are they? And so those are some of the things that I'm fighting for. Why is in one of the books, the one that I just finished, someone said, that doesn't look like an urban community. Well, I happen to have grown up here, so I know what it looks like. And yes, we have trees, we have flowers and gardens and parks and all that good stuff. So a lot of times people are carrying stereotypes that they inherited from somebody else. They don't know, but they just think they know. And so, when I talk to students, I say, there's a reason you're at the table. So don't be afraid to push back. You're there because they want you to tell the story. They're bringing you there not just because you can draw, but because you can think and you can feel, So I like that part of the job, that I get a chance to fight for something.
Well, the other thing is sometimes you have companies pushing you to put out a product because they know what will sell. And I consider myself an artist. And every time I do a book, I want to feel a little bit of fear. And I want to feel like I'm doing something that's challenging myself. So if it's just all put into a formula that everybody's pleased, I'm not doing my job. I prefer to get reviews where the majority of people are loving it and a percentage don't get it, because you're pushing the industry a little bit further.
I like that.
Push the envelope.
Exactly.
We're nearing the end of our time, I think. So I want to give you all a chance to pose a question to each other or to say something that you haven't said that you would like to say within this context of the Exquisite and African American children's books.
Well, I can tell you the entrepreneur in me wants to know about your books and how they can reach you, or how can anyone reading this or listening to this know more about you too?
Well, I'm personally working on becoming more balanced with the administrative and the art and all of the other stuff. It's a huge, endeavor. And eventually I might have to find a team because it becomes a bit overwhelming.
Absolutely.
But as far as finding the exquisite, as far as finding me goes, I have a website up, tanyaangel.com. And I also have a shop site, which is at tanyaangelfineart.com. And one is where I sell the work directly, and the other is where I try to keep up with what's new and informing people of what book it might be coming out or what sort of publishing endeavor is next. I'm not always right on top of it, but we're working on it.
Yeah, it's difficult.
Yeah, it's not easy. But, I jumped out of the gate with one book, and the next thing I know, it was a pandemic. And all of a sudden I'm doing like 5 books a year. So it's been a very, 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 the most busy time of my life during this pandemic, which I'm actually very thankful for. But it's also a time of learning new things about the business of being an artist or an illustrator, and figuring it out as I go along, taking little side courses on business, figuring out how to do that administrative stuff I talked about. It's all part of the learning experience, but it's also a lot of fun. Less so the administrative stuff, but working on it.
I think a team is essential. I don't yet have quite a team, but I do have one person that comes in and helps me do things. And sometimes I think we feel like, oh, I could just do it myself. By the time I teach that person how to do it, I can do it myself. But if you're doing that, then you're not working on that illustration. You're not sending that letter to the editor. You're not, So I highly recommend, and when I look at some of successful artists, not just illustrators, they all have teams. They have a relationship with an accountant. They have a relationship with an attorney. And so I think that's advice that I give to young people all the time. I can be reached at ekuaholmes.com. It's EKUAHOLMES.com. And I also want to say something about sort of the line between fine and commercial art, much more blurred than it used to be. And right now I have an exhibition up at the Museum of Fine Arts, Boston. And what that exhibition is doing is books are flying off the shelves, because now you have a person who came in to look at fine art, and what they found was an illustrator, and realized that, okay, it's the same beast, So I would recommend, and R. Gregory, you've probably been in museum shows, like you mentioned, the CSK and all of that. But I think a children's book is for everyone. Adults, teens, seniors, it doesn't matter. It's a beautiful book of imagery and poetry and narrative. And what's not to like about that? I don't care what age you are. So that's how my entrepreneurship is growing right now, is through this museum show. And there are people from all over the world that come there, and they are writing to me in my comment book. 5-year-olds are writing to me and saying, thank you for showing me, even though I'm only 5. Thank you for, being a voice for me. And that's the bomb, as they say. When the little ones have something to say, that's a really good thing.
And Ekwa, I'm so glad that you talked about this thing of fine art versus illustration. My next book is it's right over my shoulder, H is for Harlem, and it's illustrated by April Harrison, who has
love her work too.
A great reputation as a fine artist, and and is doing wonderful things in the world of children's books too. So I appreciate what you're saying. Yeah. And Gregory?
Well, I got 2 websites, not to be greedy, but one is more so based on my career and services. And that's rgregorychristie.com. And the other one's it's a Gas Art Gifts, so GAS-ART.com. And Gas Art is my company that sells products. And I've also found that you can't do everything, and there's some things I'm stronger than others. So I got to the point where I use a lot of interns from colleges, and I found one website called internships.com, and that helps a lot. And the other one is in California. They allow you to take interns, and you have to interview them, because if you get one that's too green, then you're doing more work than actually doing help. And also you have to, I had to learn a lot about one of the reasons I became a freelancer was that I didn't like to lead, I didn't like to follow. And it's like I just want, I like to do what I do, but when you take on a team of people, you become the leader. And you have to keep the line between friendship and getting work. So I learned that from the actual brick and mortar store. So at this point, I learned a lot. I started watching videos about management and things like that. And I found out, if you write it out and figure out what you need to do, you can work with someone for a little while and see their strengths. And once you figure out that's their strength, it might be social media, it might be presentation, it might be writing. Once you figure that all out, then you have to learn to package it and promote it to customers, but you need the team to be able to work on their strengths without getting bored, because that's another thing that's hard. If you got somebody working for you or working with you as an intern and it's just monotonous, they're not going to do their best work as much as switching it off with someone else or doing it as a team or giving them a deadline or whatever. So I've learned a lot in that way. The book that this event is centered around is a book on Garrett Morgan, and the company is called Sweet Blackberry. But it was initially DVDs and movies with Sweet Blackberry and the actress Karen Parsons, but now it's Little Brown has made these into a series of books. And one is on Garrett Morgan, the inventor of the automobile traffic light, and the other one is called Flying Free. Bessie Coleman, first female of color and Native American to receive an international pilot's license. So I just, I keep doing books I wish I had when I was a child, and I'm learning slowly how to be more efficient and organized, because that's not my strength. I love to just almost react. I've been doing that, but I've learned that you have to plan a few things and work on, manage your weaknesses,
Y'all, this has been a wonderful conversation. I'm so sorry we are out of time, but I want to thank all of you for your exquisite, exquisite, exquisite work. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dinah.
Awesome, you guys.
Spending time with you guys.
Thank you.
Hopefully in person.
Maybe at the ALAs.
Maybe at the ALA.
Okay.
Welcome to the African American Children's Book Project, Black Books Are, a virtual celebration to showcase children's books by Black creators. Black books are empowering, enlightening, essential, enduring, edifying, and exquisite. And during this session, we'll focus on Black books as enduring. I'm your moderator for today's panel. I'm Dr. Jacqueline Duget. I'm a pediatrician, writer, and creator of our parenting podcast, What is Black? And I'm here to moderate again this fabulous panel of guests. So I'm going to give a brief overview, a brief introduction to each of our guest panelists. First is Paula Chase. She's the co-founder of the Brown Bookshelf, a site designed to increase awareness of African American voices writing for children readers. She's a middle grade and young adult author. Her novels include the acclaimed So Done and his companion Doughboys, and her new book is Keeping It Real. Next, we have Trisha Elam Walker, an award-winning author, attorney, and educator. Her first novel, Breathing Room, was published by Simon & Schuster Pocket Books in 2001. Her work has appeared in the Washington Post, Baltimore Sun, Essence, and other publications. And she's also provided commentary for NPR, CNN, and BBC, and so much more. Next is Nikki Grimes, a poet and New York Times bestselling author of books for children and young adults. Her distinguished works include the much-honored books Garvey's Choice, the ALA notable book Southwest Sunrise, and Coretta Scott King Award winner Bronx Masquerade. And Janae Marks, an author of middle grade novels. Her debut book, The Desk of Zoe Washington, is an indie bestseller and was named a Best Book of the Year by Parents Magazine, Book Riot, Kirkus Reviews, Booklist, Chicago Public Library, and the Boston Globe. And her second novel is A Soft Place to Land. So welcome. You're such amazing, amazing women. I'm honored to be here with you all today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So as we started as I started in the intro, we want to focus on the idea of Black books as enduring. And so I wanted to ask each of you, how do you think your books reflect the topic or the idea of being enduring? So I'll start with Janae first.
Hi. So I think this is an interesting question I've never really thought about. But I think as an author, I think all of us want all of our books to be enduring in terms of, to be something that kids and adults and whoever can pick up for years to come. So I think that's kind of the first thing that comes to mind. Sort of like, we want our books to kind of, become the new classics, like we don't always have to read the classics, but we have all of our books can be that. So that's kind of the first thing that I can think of. But in terms of the actual content, I think that I try to write books that carry some universal themes, the kind of themes that kids will be able to relate to even far into the future. So they're not so... There are certain elements that might be timely, like, for example, in From the Desk of Zoe Washington, that one's about covers the topic of incarceration and wrongful imprisonment. And that is to be honest, an ongoing issue. So that is in some ways enduring, but also just the other themes of friendship and family. And in A Soft Place to Land, that one also has a lot to do with change and dealing with changes in your family that are out of your control from the point of view of a 12-year-old. And I think, again, that's something that kids deal with all the time, no matter what decade you were born in. So I think for me, like in some ways, I think of enduring in terms of in my career, I want my books to endure, but also just the themes that I'm writing about, I think are the kinds of themes that hopefully will endure because they're pretty universal.
And I'll go next to Nikki.
When I think about the topic of enduring, I think first of the characters enduring in the stories we tell about them, especially since so many of the topics we address are quote unquote difficult. All of my characters are running endurance marathons of one type or another, whether it's my memoir, Ordinary Hazards, or my novels, Bronx Masquerade, The Road to Paris, Jasmine's Notebook, or Between the Lines. You find characters who are battling child abuse and abandonment issues, characters in foster care, being constantly uprooted from place to place, hoping to find home, while other characters are at the knife's edge of aging out of the foster care system with nowhere to go. And you'll find characters wrestling with parents who are alcoholics or who are mentally ill, sometimes both. And in each of these stories, my characters endure. And one of the newest titles, Legacy, Women Poets of the Harlem Renaissance, fits right in with this theme. Here I'm in conversation with women who lived at a time when the lynching of Black people was at its height, a time when the Great Migration from South to North came with its own challenges for Black people, and yet through it all, these women produced remarkable art that reflected their lives, their times, their hopes and dreams. They endured. Their stories resonate with the stories of Black people today, and Legacy draws those connections. Esther Popel writes the poem Flag Salute, a dark commentary on the Pledge of Allegiance that could have been written today with dedication to Colin Kaepernick. I respond to her poem with A Mother's Lament. Ancestral blood waters cotton fields and the earth I stand on, a history begun under lash, no pledge of liberty until war forced it. My people's allegiance to country was wrung from hearts of hope to one day be treated equal to the sons of the ones who shipped us naked to these shores under freedom's flag. When I think about endurance in terms of Black books, I think much of that depends on how we touch on universal themes, which they talked about. If readers cross race, culture, and gender find connections in our books, then we can expect those books to endure. As long as those books are made available to them. That's the caveat, though. This is precisely where it becomes important to push back against the current movement towards censoring Black books.
And Trisha?
You know, like Janae, I hadn't really thought about this topic too much, but it's an important one, I think. And I really like the idea of us creating the new classics. I love that. My first book, Nana Akua Goes to School, is the story of a Ghanaian grandmother who has traditional ethnic markings on her face. And she's her granddaughter's favorite person in the whole universe. But the granddaughter is worried about taking her to school because she knows that people might stare, laugh, or be mean, because that's happened before. And the grandmother solves the dilemma by bringing a quilt to school that depicts the Adinkra symbols and uses them to talk about enduring traditions and the importance of them. And so, you know, in the book, I'm talking about teaching, I'm hoping to teach kids to celebrate difference rather than denigrate it. But I really, you know, I love this idea that, yes, we want to create books that endure. I mean, even though it's a very specific, you know, set of circumstances in my book, the themes, the family, difference, othering, all that are themes that, you know, are universal and will endure.
And Paula.
Yeah, when I think about this question, I think about not just lasting, but how endurance means that, you know, something that you suffered something for a long time. And so for me, my books are about the sort of patent erasure that middle-class Black people often go through in literature. We are seen based on promotion, not based on existence of the books, but based on the books that are, you know, usually prompted. We're often seen, you know, by our struggle. We're often seen depicted by our pain. And so those of us who maybe cannot relate to that exact experience, having had experienced it, we've had to endure being erased. And so my books are about, you know, saying we won't be erased. These experiences have happened in terms of Black joy, in terms of just everyday life, just being Black, just being a teenager who's experiencing, you know, universal issues like making friends, losing friends, things of that nature. And so that's what my books always tackle. But at the same time, to the point of new classics, to the point of being able to reflect a variety of Black experiences, my books also very much speak to issues that are I think will always be relevant in the Black culture, and trying to make sure that depictions of them endure, such as in Keeping It Real, we have a wealthy family, and we're dealing with the issues of the main character who feels like she has one foot stuck in the very kind of white world of her private school, and she's, too Black there, but then she's not Black enough when she gets around some of her friends from the working class neighborhood that her parents grew up in and are still very steeped in. So, kind of talking about not erasing each other, because we were constantly erased by others. So in that respect, I hope that those kind of topics endure, because I do think that depicting them helps us to talk about whether or not there are some practices we should be getting rid of in our culture.
So it's interesting. I mean, I think that's wonderful, the discussion. But I think two things that I've gotten from the responses. One, this topic of enduring really is tied to the universal themes that are throughout the books, right? And also, just piggybacking on what Nikki mentioned, right? The current environment that we're in now with censoring of books, right? And even Paula's point of trying to make sure that our stories aren't erased, right? Our existence isn't erased. So I wanted to talk a little bit more about that. One of my prompting questions was, for you, why, given this time period, why is it even more important, right, that our books do endure, right? And that's open to anybody to answer.
Well, if our books aren't thought of as enduring, instead they're categorized as of the moment, that when that moment passes, it's very easy to remove the books, to set them aside. One of the reasons I was moved to write Legacy, and also One Last Word, is because I realized that there were too many voices, women's voices, missing in the canon that weren't being talked about, and I knew they had to be there, and I went looking for them. I think one of the things we have to do generationally is to make sure we're bringing people along. We're going back and we're finding those voices and shedding light on them so that they don't disappear. Alice Walker would have, if Alice Walker hadn't gone back for Zora Neale Hurston, she wouldn't be required reading across the country right now, because she was lost to history's dustbin. So that's one of the things we take on, is we shed light. And hopefully, so the next generation will be doing the same for us. We have to support one another in that way, both now and in terms of the past, to make sure those voices are heard from generation to generation.
I was just thinking about a writer mentor of mine, Edward P. Jones, and he used to say, you must write words that will last 100 years. And I never forgot that. I think about it a lot when I'm writing, especially, but not just in terms of, my own legacy, but the fact that I have something to say and to give to someone else with my stories that will hopefully teach, uplift, and inspire someone for 100 years from now. And I think as long as Black people endure, they will need words and wisdom, these words and the wisdom that comes along with it. We have important messages and information to impart. I think about James Baldwin, Toni Morrison, as you just mentioned, Zora Neale Hurston, and countless others. And the fact that, we've been healed because their words endure and continue to guide us. So many social media posts that I see by young people now involve some of those authors. My second book that just came out this month, Dream Street, is about the endurance of Black people, about the endurance of a Black community, the endurance of having and believing in your dreams, as well as our roles in helping to nurture the dreams of others, especially young people. And that's something that, people and authors have done for us over the ages. So I just think it's a really great discussion.
I was going to add, I think it's also important for our publishers and the booksellers and all the other sort of gatekeepers to recognize that our books are meant to endure, because I know that sort of like what Nikki was saying, that a lot of times, people will think, oh, these books are only really meant to be promoted during Black History Month, and then what about all the rest of the months of the year? Like our books aren't only just meant to be promoted or read in classrooms during Black History Month. Like these are themes and stories that should be told all year round. And an author friend of mine made a social media post the other day that said, like, in 2020, everybody wanted to amplify Black books, but in 2021, now they just want to ban Black books, and it's like, well, what's the difference? Why even we know the difference, but you know what I mean? Like, it's like all these people were saying, like, let's, this was after the pandemic started, after George Floyd and everything. Everybody's trying to amplify books. That's why my book, which debuted in January 2020, I feel like was a little bit more successful last year despite the pandemic, was because of that amplifying of Black stories. And then now, all of a sudden people just want to ban them. So I think it's also important for our publishers to know that they should be promoting our books or helping market our books for us, in making sure that booksellers know this, and educators, that our books are long lasting. They aren't just meant to be for one period of time, and only when there's a specific thing going on in the world, So I think that's kind of been on top of mind for me lately.
And one of the things that really sits with me is I'm tired of us losing readers. We talk about, we always have the picture books, and it's great. And we get our little ones reading because we're reading to them, and then they love the smell of a fresh book, and we get them excited. And then, we get to middle school when we start to see a little bit of a fall off for some of our readers. Now, there are myriad of reasons for that, but some of those reasons are because after a while, the readers begin to see, like, gosh, I'm only seeing this one single note, and I'm kind of tired of it. And so it's important for us to endure when it comes to the breadth and depth of our depictions, so that we stop losing them as readers. It's so important that they continue to find books that not only reflect who they are, but, introduce them to different worlds. So it's really important that we do whatever we can, to make sure that we keep them in the fold.
Yes. Agreed.
And part of that is exploring various genres and not getting locked into one. So I'm really excited when I begin to see Black creators doing science fiction and doing fantasy. We need to really push out into all these different areas, because there are readers there that are really waiting, for us to step into those places.
So I just wanted to follow up a point both Janae and Paula suggested, this idea, one, how do we do this, right? How do we continue to endure, right? And not necessarily just on the backs of us as Black creators, right? So how do we move that forward so that we can ensure that these books endure, but also the creators also endure?
One of the things that I would really like, especially for parents, to acknowledge is that sometimes there's a respectability politics played when it comes to buying their children books, and that they may, have a little bit of literary snobbery, thinking that a book has to have like a very specific lesson, a very, intentional lesson. And so therefore, they may not take the cues from what their kids may want to read. If they want to read a graphic novel, if they want to read, if they decide that they only, like books that are witty and are comedy and aren't serious. So I think some of it is us. We can only endure if our books are being sold and bought. And so there has to be an acknowledgement of parents, to support our books and, let their kids pick up the book that resonate with them.
That's such a good point. I remember as a child, I was interested in books that were, probably above my age range, but my mom was a librarian, and she let me read those books, even though other people would say, why is she reading that? But she just felt like she's reading. That's what I want her to do. And I think that's true. We need to encourage, other parents and to do that. We need to advocate for each other as well. I mean, I think there are some really good Facebook and other groups where, authors of color promote other authors of color. And I think that's, such an important thing to do. I'm really pleased to see that. So that has to continue.
I think the one thing that, again, that really does resonate with me in this conversation about enduring is, again, there's sort of like this double meaning, right? Because initially coming into this conversation, I'm thinking about, okay, we want these books to be evergreen, right? We want them always available on the shelf, right? But in rethinking that idea of endurance, right, it's a race. I'm thinking like that, right? You want to make sure that you're you're in it for the long haul, right? You know, and you have whatever you need to continue to allow you to be creative, right? To create these books and mentor others. And I'm always interested, you know, how you all as writers and as individuals, how do you help keep up your endurance, right? So that you can continue to create the works that you create.
I know for myself, one of the reasons, sorry.
No, you can go first.
For myself, I attribute my longevity in part to just my curiosity and my constantly pushing the boundaries. I'm always looking to explore a new genre, try a different style of storytelling, really into walking into my fear. So, you know, I've never tried something like, okay, let's give this a shot, you know. And that has taken me places I wouldn't have gone otherwise, and has expanded my audience and also kept me really sort of on my toes and sharp. And it keeps it interesting for me, but it also seems to keep it interesting for my readers as well, who have grown up with me, who have read my picture books and my chapter books and my middle grade, who are now reading, you know, the YA. And I just continue to do that. But I do that because, you know, I would be bored to death otherwise. I can't do the same thing over and over again. I want to try something new all the time, you know, and just, you know, keep it fresh for myself. And then so my readers don't get tired because they know, you know, they pick up a new book and it's going to be a new deal. There's something new. It's not going to be the same old, same old. You know, it's going to be a new experience. It's going to be a new journey. And you know, once you have them on the journey, you can get them to stay on the journey with you. As long as you're, you know, willing to go some new places, try some new things with them. So one of the things I'm doing now is in the midst of doing a graphic novel adaptation of Garvey's Choice, because I've been wanting to get into graphic novels for a while and trying to figure out how to do that, how, you know, how that might work. And I realized after taking some workshops in graphic novels, I'm like, Tanka poems really fit into that sort of framework in terms of the length of the text. So let me see what that looks like, you know. And so I'm continuing just to explore and expand, and there's lots more to do, but I found the readers are willing to go on that journey.
I think that's important to think about the reader, right? I think having this sort of this multiple viewpoint, you know, from you, the creator, as well as the audience that you're creating for, which I think is great. Are there other things that you all do to try to keep yourself going and keep yourself nourished in your passions?
Yeah, so what I was going to say was one of the big things that's helped me endure, not only now as a published author, but for the 10 years that I was writing and not yet published, trying to be published, is community. And so recently, and obviously Paula knows about this, I was just part of the Highlights Brown Bookshelf Presents Amplify Black Stories cohort that Highlights Foundation was also part of. And I feel like that was a way to, you know, basically it was several months of us, you know, meeting once a month and different people coming in and talking to us about different aspects of publishing and things like that. And we all got a chance to get to know each other. And I think, again, it was a cohort of other Black creatives. And I think those are the kind of opportunities I try to look for, to try to feel, you know, to feel nourished, to feel like I can go on, you know, when it gets tough. It's nice to have other people to talk to. Even just having this conversation with you all, you know, you just feel like you're not alone in what you're dealing with, whether it's the good things or the bad things. So community has definitely been a big part for me. I constantly am looking for opportunities to connect with other authors.
Yes, I think that's really important. I think it's really important too to encourage younger writers. I teach writing, and a lot of my students come into my class feeling like, oh, this is just something for me to do on the side. This is something fun, but I can't make a career out of this because, you know, my parents want me to be a doctor or a lawyer, blah, blah. And I practiced law for 16 years because I had that same, you know, thought many years ago that, you know, my work can't be something that I love. That's an oxymoron. And so, and it took me a long time to figure out that, yes, I could be a writer and to, choose that path instead. So I think the more we can do to help our young folks see this as a viable and important career, as important, if not more important than, some of the others. I think of Toni Morrison. She said, art invites us to know beauty and solicit it from even the most tragic of circumstances. Art reminds us that we belong here, and if we serve, we last. And so to me, in other words, she's saying that is how we endure as well.
And quite literally, community, I love that people have brought that up, because quite literally community has kept me writing. I don't know, people may not remember now, because kind of once you're on the scene, you're on the scene. But when you're missing for a little bit, I don't know if people remember that. And there was 7 years between my young adult books and my middle grade books. And for those 7 years, I just thought, okay, well, maybe I've written all that I'm going to write, and that this is it. I've had my time and it's cool. I did 5 books. That's more than some people do. So, I thought that was it. But it was the community that brought me back. It was the Brown Bookshelf community that literally just kept, they would keep reaching out. Kelly Starlin Lyons in particular, she would always come out and say, oh, P, we want to do this. What do you think about that? And I would say, oh, you all are running it well. You don't need to get my permission for it. But it wasn't my permission she was seeking. She was really just keeping me rooted in the community. And then eventually when it was time, when I finally got that idea again and thought, oh, I finally have this new book idea, I was already still there. I had never left. And so they really kept me warm and embraced me and reminded me that even if the ideas aren't coming immediately, I'm still a writer and I'm still a part of that community.
Yes.
So I think that's wonderful that you all have ways to nourish yourself, right, and to sustain yourself in this journey of being a creative. And I'm just thinking, just want to go back a little bit to some of the ideas of ways that we're moving the Black creative movement forward, right? In a sense that we talked about science fiction, we talked about fantasy, and I know that that's always existed, right? But I think it's becoming more notable, as well as the idea of graphic novels, comics as alternative ways, but not necessarily alternative in a like, oh, that's something totally different, right? But it's just on this spectrum of opportunities to engage young readers. And I wanted to kind of talk about that a little bit more, and how you all engage in that process of trying to determine, and I think you talked a little bit about it, Nikki, about trying to keep it fresh. Like, how do you do that? And how do you think about some of these other genres of books that really kind of will help also keep the books, the creatives enduring, the literature enduring?
Well, those of us who are in this, whether we have children or not, we're alert to what children are reading and what they're talking about and what's hitting for them. Mm-hmm. And so, it's no surprise to many of us that graphic novels has become what it is. We're just surprised it took quite as long as it did, because the kids were there, they were ready for it, So I think some of it is just being, willing to dive in and try these things for ourselves. And in community, we get to explore those things and talk about them and, do workshops and just kind of dip our toe into the water and say, well, maybe this is something I could do. And as long as we're there to support each other, and you realize, we have a community where nobody's going to laugh you out the room if you're trying something new, but you'll get the support you need, the encouragement that you need to be able to try that new thing. Because a lot of times when we don't try something, that's what's holding us back. We don't want to be laughed out of the room, because we're tentative and like, I don't know, but in community, we're there to just be that sounding board and to be supportive and to say, hey, give it a shot, try that new thing. And if we like just encourage one another to do that, yeah, I think really the sky's the limit.
I hope so, because I think the different ways that we can reach young people, going back to Paula's point about, so being a pediatrician, I'm very much involved in early childhood literacy, promoting books to kids. But we do know that there is a drop off for kids in middle school. And then even more of a problem if kids aren't ready to read, right, entering kindergarten or even by third grade, right? That tends to be the point where a lot of kids start to lose interest. And sometimes I think they lose interest because what's the canon, right? What books are they presented? And so I think, you all being able, I think almost like jazz, right? Be able to just kind of experiment and just be yourself, right? That if kids are exposed to that, I think if adults are exposed to that and knowing that that's possible, that's normal, and that's something that we should encourage, I think that will also help spark, maybe even re-spark interest for young people to read and enjoy the power of word, and even as Trisha stated, maybe be a future writers themselves.
I think it's also important to make connections with librarians and teachers when we get those opportunities, or seek out those opportunities, because they also make these decisions of what's going to be in the schools, what are they going to put in their children, hands, etc. And we have to continue to make sure we advocate for the importance of this work.
I agree, and I think the community, and I would even like to broaden that community, right? Not just writers, but again, those stakeholders that are touch points for kids, right? So again, schools and libraries are important for selling. So I agree. So this has been a wonderful conversation. Thank you all so much for joining us today for this conversation. I want to thank again our wonderful panelists, Paula Chase, Trisha Elam Walker, Nikki Grimes, and Janae Marks for this wonderful conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I hope we've answered the question, what Black books are. I hope to see you all first Saturday in February in Philadelphia. Check out our website, the African American Children's Book Project, for more information. And again, support these authors and illustrators because they've got some amazing works that will endure forever. You can check them out on our website, or you can go to the bookshop, the Literary Café Books and Events. And again, continue to read, buy a book, and have a blessed day.